the opening vistas of space promise high costs as well as high reward. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained. The exploration of space is one of the great adventures of all time. And we mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it.
Welcome to the show. I hope you enjoy your stay. Lurkers, more than welcome. Today we are continuing our mainline playthrough. I took care of going and doing inventory management, so off channel. So yeah, let's get to it. Oh, and while I was at it, I mentioned this in a previous video, but here's the difference between a couple of weapons. It's not much of a difference, but the Maelstrom and the Maelstrom Shiny, literally almost no difference. You can barely tell, but you may notice the barrel it's a cleaner version of the gun. The shiny version, basically you just can't change the skin of the gun. No statistical difference, just one is shiny and one is not. Same thing for the Kraken. Kraken, that you can change the skin. Well, theoretically you can change the skin. There are no skins in the default game to change this into. There might be some creations, I don't know. If there are, they're probably paid, because nickel and diming people to death. But and then this is the non-dirty version, the shiny one. Literally. See how the red parts shine versus the slightly more scuffed version. Personally, I like the scuffed version. I think the scuffed version makes more sense for pirates to have. But anyway, that's it.
I may not quite enjoy New Atlantis, but this is much better.
How is Neon? Are you okay?
Any strange ships appeared in orbit?
No.
You should probably look at the data from my ship sensors.
Okay. I'll start transferring the data over now. Let me just bring it up on here at the table. Is that Is that a prototype? No, that material isn't anything we... What the... Everyone, come take a look at this.
That's no faction vessel or Crimson Fleet. Secret military tech, maybe?
No United Colonies Admiral approved that starship design.
They call themselves the Starborn. Demanded we hand over the artifact. Like we were children, playing with their parents' things.
What do people know? Any offshoot groups go by that name?
None in any corner of the settled systems I've seen. Maybe a distant human colony finally popping its head up? Another house for Rune?
I very much doubt that.
We ignoring the obvious here? A heretofore unknown group who just happens to know about the artifacts. I'm just gonna say it. Intelligent alien life, or extra-dimensional beings. The original creators from the furthest fringes of space.
Or beyond even that. Is the metaphor of avenging angels coming down to keep humanity from forbidden knowledge not apt here?
So, we have a lot of theories, but nothing concrete. Except that they're after the artifacts, and they're willing to take them by force.
I mean, honestly, I'm with Sam. The starship design could easily be human, it's just we haven't seen it before. We've been out here in space for a long time. Who knows what other people have developed somewhere else.
Just because we can't ID it, doesn't mean it's not one of ours. It's got shields, engines, all the usual settled systems tech.
I don't mean to judge your grasp of material engineering, but I've never seen a starship built out of whatever that is. Although I bet if you put that ship hull and an artifact under the same lens, you'd get a match.
Noel, start analyzing all the data from the ship sensors. The gravitational wave they caused, scans of their weapons, shields, everything. We're in the dark. We need to learn anything about them we can, including some way to fight them if necessary. Until then, we stay the course, collect the artifacts. It's even more important now that an intelligence we don't know or understand is looking for them.
Should we try to locate them? See if they'll talk?
That ship could be anywhere in deep space. Even if we got lucky, a single grav jump and we'd lose them.
Well, I guess the only way forward is to keep going.
All we can do is be more cautious, but we are not stopping. This could end up being a race we don't want to lose. Vladimir, has the eye picked up anything new?
Some glints of shine in the dark. Ready to hand them out as soon as you please.
All right. Good luck, everyone. And be careful out there.
Hey, Captain. Need help with anything?
I really don't.
I'd like to talk to you about something when you have the chance.
I'll talk to you in a bit.
Gave up my room in the lodge so Andreja had a place to call her own. Everyone needs space to let their thoughts run solo.
That sounds true. You doing okay there, Vlad? These are the moments
The galaxy's too big to be stuck in the
this
same
game
place.
where it bugs me. Like, can you, as a developer, design it so that these people will not stand on the furniture? Like, not just a simple, like, the furniture has collision kind of thing, because obviously that doesn't work. A literal, when an NPC is close to a table, obviously tagged as a table, or a chair, or whatever, they will not stand over it. Their programming will automatically force them to go somewhere else. And this is not a Bethesda only thing. This happens in other games too. My point is, is there something that can be done? I don't know. But every time I see it in any game that I play where somebody's, just randomly standing on top of some piece of furniture and they just stand there. Like, can you not have some kind of a tag that indicates to that NPC's AI, hey, you can't be there? And they automatically get off. Because it's easy enough for NPCs to glitch. Right? Obviously. Happens quite frequently in this game. Because of various collision detection issues, they just sort of go, badoop, and they end up on top of a chair, or standing on top of a couch, or on top of a desk, or a table. Who knows, they might end up in the fire. I've seen that in other games too. I don't think I've seen that in this game. But anyway, we'll get back to it. Vlad.
You had a hell of a shake, getting bullied in the void. Starborn sure know how to make an entrance. Ready to head back out there? The Eye can help you find the artifacts. But I'm afraid she's blind to our new competitor.
Sometimes I think you only keep me around because I pay for everything.
How many more artifacts do you think there are out there?
No telling the exact number, but they're getting harder to find. Got some equipment, repairs, and upgrades on the making-do list. The Eye's straining to her limits these days.
Well, I'm ready. Got any more data?
Double-check the safety and locks wherever you go, okay? Exploration's dangerous, even without some nefarious group trying to kill you.
Absolutely. Any other thoughts, Sarah?
Something you need?
Anything interesting for me?
Yep, here you go.
Thank you. All right.
Maybe another time.
Maybe.
I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for this. Constellation, the artifacts. That doesn't sound crazy, does it? This is all exciting, but there's really a lot of pressure on us, isn't there? We have to get this right.
Well, you really think they're avenging angels?
There's certainly precedent, isn't there? We've been operating for a while now on the fringes of what humans, know and understand. Why rule anything out? I just think we should be open-minded. Keep everything on the table.
Angels probably wouldn't need spaceships.
I did say it was a metaphor, didn't I? Never meant it to be taken completely literally, but you never know. Maybe they appeared in a form we're familiar with. It's the argument I have with Walter every other week. Science and reason have their place, but so does faith. We have all of them at our disposal, and I don't for 1 second believe they're mutually exclusive.
Well, there's faith and there's religion. Are you talking about one or the other? Because it's perfectly fine to have faith in something, but religion dogmatizes that faith in such a way that traditions become definitives. Anyway.
Good luck!
Spending some extra time in the lodge, are we?
Yes, ma'am. Noelle's not the only one with a scientific background, you know.
Fair enough. Carry on.
And also...
Excusez-moi.
Got anything for me, Barrett?
Yeah, I do. How did you know?
I was just asking. Let me ask you some personal questions.
I'm all ears.
About the artifact you found.
I think about it a lot. There's so many possibilities. Some wonderful, some terrifying. I'm not a fearful man, but I am just a man. And I'm keenly aware that this artifact could change my life. Or end it.
Where'd you find it?
On Bendy? No, wait. It was Cazal. I can feel Lynn's admonishing stare boring a hole in my back.
Rightfully so.
She's not actually standing behind me, is she? Well, point is, my story's probably a lot like yours. We dug a pit, found some really wonky readings, and followed them to the artifact.
What do you think about the visions?
I think it's pretty clear now there's a possible correlation between the visions and the powers. Of course, correlation isn't necessarily causation. Once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, and so forth. But once I get back into academic mode, I'll be writing a paper that will suggest the connection is valid. Obfuscating the identities of the powered, of course, which means we all get code names. Fun, right?
And what did you see when you picked yours up?
Well, when I picked it up, I had no idea what it was. I knew it was something spectacular, though. I saw a vision. Flashing lights, the whole shebang.
Got some other questions.
Sure. Like what?
Well, tell me about yourself.
Let's see. I've been in Constellation for a long time, as you know. I enjoy cheese, my work, and long walks on unexplored planets. What else did you want to know about?
I guess that's it. Thanks, Barrett.
Let me know if there's anything else. Well, okay then.
So, this is the problem with the Constellation mission board. Once you've surveyed all the planets, not surveyed, scanned. Just scanned. Because I did that on this save. I've scanned literally every world. I have not fully surveyed every world. But the Constellation mission board doesn't have anything for you once you've scanned all the worlds. That seems like an oversight. It seems like what they could have done is, because for the record, when you are training up your skill, where is it? I believe it is, it's not actually that one, I don't think. It might be that one. One of these two skills, either astrophysics or scanning, allows you to rescan planets as you're leveling it up. So once you unlock a new level, you can go to a world and you can hit the scanner again. And it literally just says new data instead of scan, right? Now, since they built that in to the game, it seems to me like the various missions that were on the mission board, which, by the way, were various survey-related missions, and even on the non-Constellation board, there are survey missions, or were, available on the regular mission board. It seems like what they could have done is created missions where you have to go scan stuff. Obviously, that's kind of what you do. But just like randomly assign the various things that you go to scan, right? So, oh, let's go scan some creature on some planet somewhere, and just, for the purposes of how the missions are designed, just, the mission picks a creature, or probably picks a star system, picks a world, picks something on that world. It could be a mineral, it could be a creature, maybe even go broader, like go to the X star system, find world Y, and scan all the creatures there. Or survey all of the unique world environment things. I don't remember what they call them. Traits. And even if you've already done it, right, it could still provide the ability for you to do it again. And all it does is just give you, quote, new data. They obviously did not do that, but it feels like the kind of thing that why would you make a system where there's nothing to do anymore? Like, why even have this constellation board? It's basically pointless. It's extra pointless if you're like me and you spent an entire first part of your game just scanning all the worlds. And why did I do that? For the record, just because. Because I like to see these little things all colored in, and they don't get colored in until you scan them. Alright, where is Walter? That's Barrett. Walter, are you asleep? Well, you won't mind if I take this, do you? No, you don't mind. You're a rich man. You don't need all that stuff. Oh, hey. I will tell you, if they never explore more systems in this game, if Bethesda never adds more stars, that'll be disappointing, because while there are a lot of stars to explore and etc., the settled systems and the lore is fairly... The lore makes sense why they haven't continued to explore, right? Like, oh, well, everybody was fighting over everything, and we're kind of done. That's essentially what the lore is. We're kind of done. We have enough worlds. We don't need to explore anymore. But two things. One, that's not how humanity works. You give humanity places to explore and the capability to do so, they're gonna do it. And two, it just would feel better to start to see an expansion, a literal expansion. And there's two ways they could go about it. One, they could literally just make this map bigger. Add more stars out here in the currently empty spaces of this map, because it does have its own border. There's plenty of space to, Space. There's plenty of space to go about it. Or and this is also an option. What they could do is have another layer to this mapping system. So currently the layers of the map are the star layer, the system layer, the planet layer, and it's not going to go down any further because I'm not on the planet, but there is also the, let's call it the 5-kilometer grid square layer. It won't do it because I'm inside. Let me go outside. And in fact, it should open the exterior layer. The map, the world map square, I don't know what you would call it. Okay. Nope. Oh, it's right there. The surface map layer. Okay, so you have the surface map layer. You have the world layer. You have, call it the zoom. You have the star zoom scale, and you have the settled system scale. So what they could do is add another zoom scale to the game and give you a galactic sector. I don't even want the whole galaxy. I mean, eventually I would like the whole galaxy, but give a sector of space and have another 100 stars to just explore. You don't have to give me a specific quest there. It would be nice to have a specific quest there, but just give me another map like this with a bunch of points of interest all over a bunch of worlds, places to scan, places to explore, and just expand it by, you know, like one new sector, another new sector, and just do that like once a year. That seems like a lot of work, but it feels like they could, you know, and again, me personally, I'm just, you know, I'm actually okay if they just kind of keep reusing the assets like they already did, you know, just name the worlds differently, you know, just the hardest part would mostly be naming it and picking what worlds you want to have there. Okay, it's probably more work than I'm saying it is, but I'm just saying that what I would love to see is a proper expansion on the settled systems. Because while this is, quote, enough to explore, come on, we all want more. Well, I want more. Hey, Andresia.
You need something, dearest?
Got anything for me?
You know me too well. Here.
I bet it's
this
credits.
is for you.
You know I love credits.
Are you sure you must go?
You know you like to watch me leave.
I'm still getting used to this place. It does not quite feel like home, but hopefully someday.
Well, we have our own home together now. All right, Walter, get up. You said you wanted to talk.
Well, I suppose that station in orbit has more than paid for itself at this point.
You, okay after that ambush?
Not my first time in a hostile negotiation, as you well know. Admittedly, I usually know more about who I'm facing off against. I'm very interested in what Noel can learn from the scans. The technology on that ship was impressive, to say the least. If there's a chance, we could learn enough to duplicate some of it.
There's the entrepreneur I know.
I got to where I am by taking advantage of opportunities no matter where I find them. Might as well make the most of this crazy situation.
So, about that Sebastian Banks speech.
Oh, right. I was afraid you were going to bring that up again. Very well. Let's see if I embarrass myself or not. My colleagues, I venture out into the darkness of space once again. Many of you have expressed concern. At my age, you say, surely the risks are too great. Surely Sebastian Banks has earned a rest. Nonsense, I say. To go out into the unknown, to brave the possibility of never coming back, to ignite the spark of hope that humanity will find answers out there in the stars, that is all I have ever wanted. If this last expedition is my time, then I say, I have been fortunate. I have been fortunate to leave, surrounded by people who could not be more different from one another, but who share a common purpose. That, dare I say, I am fortunate. My soul has a home it can always come back to. And that was the last thing Sebastian Banks ever said in the lodge before he disappeared. And Constellation has been waiting for him to come home ever since.
I mean, right there sounds like an amazing potential for a quest line to explore brand new star system. Anyway, not just a star system, an entire sect. Anyway, so you got any more work for me?
I want you to know I was very impressed with your work back on Neon.
I know you well enough now to feel like this is leading somewhere.
There's no fooling you. Don't worry, this is a much lower stake opportunity. My Star Yard's been having a little trouble getting our next project off the ground. I need someone capable and decisive to step in and steer it in the right direction. Interested?
Aren't you usually more involved in some major company decision like this?
As you know, I'm a busy man, running a company, helping to manage Constellation's financial needs. It doesn't leave me with much time to get into the weeds with every little business venture that comes my way. Besides, think of this as a rare opportunity to help shape the future of a major consumer brand.
You're gonna need to tell me more than just that, though.
Of course, now that I know you're interested. It's a new ship. We want to diversify our fleet. Now, I don't know why the people I pay very handsomely to come up with new designs can't seem to get out of the R&D phase. And frankly, I don't care. I just want someone, you, to go there and show them how it's done.
What's stalling the project?
R&D needs to happen first whenever work starts on a new project. It's a natural stalling point since we need to make so many big decisions. In this case, we're talking about looking at our existing fleet of ships and using data we've gathered to see what consumers want. But of course, each member of the R&D team can interpret that data to suit their own confirmation bias. I'm guessing that's what we're seeing here.
You know I dabbled in a ship design before.
I did not. Part of the problem is that my designers seem to be having trouble agreeing on a plan. I should mention that you're not there to make design decisions. You're there to get the project back on track and help guide them. So, ideally, you're not adding to the problem.
Well, you can count on me, Walter.
Excellent. I'll send word ahead to the project lead, Jules Degante, that you're taking point. They'll all be instructed to listen to you and follow your direction. I expect big things from you, so I'm excited to see what you manage to deliver. I don't believe you'll let me down.
I guess we'll find out, won't we? Ooh. Always take an opportunity to restock my own toilet paper stocks from other people's toilet paper stocks. Noelle.
As much as I love uncovering new questions, I wouldn't mind a few answers now and then.
Thoughts on the Starborn?
You mean what could be the biggest discovery in the history of humanity? Yeah, I've got some thoughts. Scans are still inconclusive, but I think we've seen enough to know that we're dealing with something potentially even more unusual than the artifacts. There are so many questions beyond just who are they? How did they find you? How do they know about the artifacts? Why has no one ever seen them before?
Never a dull moment.
No, I guess not. But this takes things in a whole different direction. They threatened you. It was one thing when this was just about us investigating the artifacts. A weird phenomenon that didn't come with creepy threats or questions about aliens or whatever it is that's going on now. I know we'll figure it all out in the end. It's just kind of a lot right now.
Yeah, I agree. But we'll figure it out, and they made a mistake threatening me.
See you later.
Case in point. Not only did she climb up on the bed, but she knocked a bunch of stuff off the shelf in the process. It's not even about the break of immersion. Like, it's just like, why? Why video games? Why can't you resolve that issue? Because this isn't a new issue. This is something that has been in games since they started allowing for more open world design, since the first Grand Theft Auto 3 and other games besides that one. You know, it's something that game designers have known has been a part of games since for decades now, and yet it's still a part of games. It's I mean, on a specific note for Bethesda, that's, you know, been a whole thing in their own wheelhouse, as we've mentioned before, with their terrible companion AI and other things that they haven't resolved in literal decades of their own games. So I guess on some level, I think it's one of those things they just don't care about. Like, period. They just are like, meh, I don't care. It's such a minor thing to them, and probably most people that play the games. I can understand that. Sam.
Yeah, the way you handle things, not bad. Not bad. Late at night in dive bars, sometimes the old-timers share stories about things they've seen that they just couldn't explain. Ghost stories, if you will. I've heard of things like the Starborn before. But they're real. Honest to God, real.
The universe is vast. Seems a bit arrogant to think we've seen it all.
But you carry on for centuries of exploration, and you can fool yourself into thinking you got it all figured out. Clearly we don't. So the obvious question is, what the hell are they? Everyone's gonna be thinking aliens, but maybe not. Their ships were incredible, but they still felt like ships. They had engines, weapons, I think I even made out a grav drive. If they were really alien, I would just expect it to be more alien, you know? I mean, it could be some secret Freestar Perun or UC tech, but I don't know.
You really think one of the factions could have that technology?
I mean, anything's possible. But if someone, anyone, had that much of an edge on the others, the whole balance of power would shift, right? It'd be one hell of a conspiracy to keep it quiet. An even greater amount of restraint to keep it in your back pocket.
Well, I don't really have any idea what they are yet.
Anybody that says they know for sure are lying. I'm gonna throw out another wild stab in the dark theory. Maybe they're from outside our known systems. Here's the hypothetical. Centuries ago, some brainiac scientists decide to play settler. But they go way, way beyond any place we've ever been to set up stakes. Once they get there, they make a few lucky breakthroughs, and their science just snowballs from there. I could see them getting further, faster, and hence become the Starborn.
Hey. I mean, that certainly sounds possible. Could be it, Sam.
If I got it right, then you owe me a steak dinner. One way or the other, we are not alone. And that's both exciting and terrifying.
Anything else you want to talk about?
It's good to be out and about. Lives get stuffy sometimes.
Anything interesting for me?
But of course, enjoy.
Can I ask you some personal questions?
Certainly.
What do you think about exploring?
There's so many planets, moons, celestial phenomena out there. Most captains just sail through the Great Black, not even really looking, appreciating. A lot of the time touching down on a virgin planet can be, well, uneventful. But every now and then, you see something no human has ever laid eyes on. That is what I live for.
Me too. You seen a lot of action?
I've seen my fair share of scrapes. Actually, a triple share with a massive bonus worth. Some folks say I'm the luckiest man alive after making it through some real whoppers. But the trick is to always keep a cool head. Impulsiveness, fear, adrenaline, all those will get you jumpy. You get too jumpy, your target could be 5 in front of you and you'll miss every time.
That's actually why a lot of gunfights end up with more misses than hits, even at relatively close range. That's a real statistic. Look it up, people. So how does Cora's schooling work? I mean, she seems like she reads a lot.
Cora has the complete top-of-its-class learning videos and lessons. And I have to occasionally do some of the old homeschooling. Fortunately, mainly it's the videos. Around when she was 7, she could already see the cracks in my knowledge. Come to think of it, I think she's doing an introductory college course in astrophysics. Not being graded, like, for fun. She's so weird.
And after all this is over, what's next for you, do you think?
There's no next. I want to be exploring until they pry the boots off my cold, dead feet. I mean, Cora will go to university, and the price tag there is scarier than any jam we've been in. But for me, my truest love is the next star, the next horizon.
That makes sense.
Guess we're done.
Guess we are. All right. So the big question is, what's next?
I would like a chance to talk to you, if you are able.
Absolutely, my love.
Never would I have imagined to encounter something like these Starborn. Now I feel that rather than having answers, we only have more questions.
I don't think we should be that surprised. Space is vast. We've barely explored even a tiniest prick of a pin in a field of stars larger than all the pins we've ever conceived of. It must be full of things we couldn't imagine.
I suppose this proves that idea succinctly. Regardless of how impossible they may have seemed before now, I must say that I do not like being threatened by anyone.
They made it sound like we're somehow the bad guys.
I do not understand how seeking answers can be so dangerous. Clearly, these Starborn are connected to the artifacts, which would mean that they are also connected to that temple you found. Did they make these things? Have they appropriated them? This all implies there is something more, something we do not yet understand.
If we keep going, I suspect we're going to run into the Starborn again.
Yes. Given our first interaction with them, that seems likely. We will need to be on our guard from now on. They seem to know much about us. Perhaps we can learn more about them to make it even. Whether we learn more or not, I now have a difficult decision to make. I must decide whether to report this to House Barun.
Haven't you been keeping things from them already?
My agreement with Sarah was that I would withhold information about the artifacts until we knew more. We certainly do now. But to inform them of this, I must also admit that I have not reported all that I have seen to this point.
Maybe you should wait until we know more.
Yes. Perhaps that is for the best. I would not wish to send them information now that turns out to be incorrect later. I do appreciate that I can trust you with this. It is good to have someone to talk to.
My consulting fee may go up after this.
Then I shall be sure and acquire enough credits to continue soliciting advice. We should return to our search then. There's still so much to do.
There is. Alright. So, we've got that one. We've got more artifacts to pick up, more powers to collect. Got some more stuff to do back at Neon. We actually have to go to the clinic. Oh, wait, we have to go to Aquila City before we go to the clinic. Okay. That's back at Neon. Sidonia. Man, we have a lot to do. Okay. What about this? Okay, that's on Aquila. I think that one is on Neon. We're collecting Earth visits. Alright, let's just go out into space and see what's out there. Before we go, though, I want to see a certain individual. And that is if I'm allowed to see them.
Seems like the Crimson Fleet is everywhere these days. Spreading like a virus.
That's what the Crimson Fleet does. My eventual plan is to run a sort of good, bad, and ugly characters scheme. I haven't figured out all the details yet, but basically I will select a background and traits that I feel will fit. And one will definitely be a Great Serpent. One will probably be Freestar, and the other one will be UC, and then other traits associated with that. And basically, one will be prone to attack options and other
Are we
violence.
at all surprised that the UC has such a massive space dedicated to secrets?
No. And then another one will be more the...
You should head back upstairs. The Admiral's no longer in residence.
Really? So does that mean that they finally took care of him, or does that mean that he's just been moved somewhere else? I note that they allowed Andreja to come with me, which means that they're not holding any big state secrets. Well, not that it mattered. Here's a question. Why can't you smoke in these games? They provide cigarettes and cigars in Fallout games, and you can't do anything with them. You can use them for construction materials,
I could not accomplish that.
but you can't smoke them. Why not? can smoke in Metal Gear Solid. I think you can smoke in Red Dead Redemption. Alright, let's get out of here. I guess there won't be any continued correspondence. There's a bunch of quest opportunity in this game that has yet to be reflected in the actual, like, game. And I'm hoping that in the future they're going to utilize that and actually provide new quests based on a bunch of these opportunities. Like, it would be real neat to have a whole thing related to going out to a brand new, preferably more than just a system, sector of space with a bunch of new stars, and explore a whole thing with Sebastian Banks.
Says that if I buy enough of our merchandise, she'll give me a promotion. I don't really care.
Sarah should be on the ship, so I will have a talk with her. She might actually not be on the ship. So after that little element...
I know people say it's a scam, but I really think I should give it a shot.
You might want to rethink that.
Yeah, after that little meeting, after the Starborn encounter, Sarah... Everybody wants you to talk to them. I don't know why it didn't bring the missions up a little bit earlier than it did. I don't know if there's a specific timing to it, but basically everybody wants to voice their thoughts on the decisions you made in that discussion, as well as just give you their thoughts. You know, which
We are
makes
fortunate
sense.
that Walter has used his considerable funds to maintain the lodge, are we not?
And until you do, okay. Now it's telling me she's outside. Seriously?
Captain, may I be of assistance on your ship?
No. No, you can't. Like... So... They just sort of... I guess maybe I've gone through enough loading screens that she's back on the ship. But they tend towards hanging out in the bar, normally. Like all the main cast, so to speak. And they all want you to talk to them about what happened. Now, hopefully it's not a bugged quest, because that would be annoying too. Excuse me, Andrea. Andreja. Now the hard part. Trying to find people in my gigantic ship. Oh, you're right there. Hello, Sarah.
What can I help you with?
What can I help you with?
I wanted to talk to you, but honestly, I don't know where to begin. The Starborn's technology is simply astonishing. It's just almost too much to process.
So you've never encountered anything like them before?
Of course not. No one has. If an encounter with this level of importance had occurred in the past, I assure you that Constellation would be well acquainted with it.
You, seem pretty shaken up about the whole thing.
Yes, I suppose I am. But you can hardly blame me, can you? You do understand the significance of this encounter, don't you? This is humankind's first contact with what I believe is an alien race. A race with technology that could be far superior to our own. Oh, we could learn so much from them.
You sound like you admire them.
Oh, I do. More than you'll ever know. Can't be a coincidence that these Starborn suddenly appeared after your experience at that temple. We know they're here to lay claim to the artifacts, but what's their true motivation? What aren't they telling us?
Probably a lot. The possibility that they have a hidden agenda is pretty, disturbing.
It's very disturbing, especially with all of that cutting-edge technology at their disposal. Damn. Oh, if only we knew more about the Starborn. What their species is like, where they're from, how they're able to speak our language. I feel like a cadet on my very first day aboard a spaceship. My mind is absolutely swimming with questions.
Okay, this... I don't think they're angels, I don't think they're time travelers, and I don't think they're an alien life form. There should be an option here for me to say either, in addition to these three options, there should be an option for me to say, I don't know what they are, or they could just be other humans. Sam literally alluded to the idea that they are just other humans, and I personally agree with that, even outside of the story knowledge I already have. So, why did the game developers limit me to these options? I don't agree with any of them. They could be time travelers.
No, not time travelers. I don't think the science is there to support that theory.
The science isn't there to support any theory.
Starborn. There's some type of hidden meaning there. Something that feels very old. Perhaps even ancient. Whatever the case may be, I can assure you that Constellation intends to get to the bottom of this mystery.
Also, just on a personal note here, Sarah is not a very good scientist. She's fairly narrow-minded about a bunch of subjects. She makes huge conjectural leaps in logic that don't have any evidence to back them up. She's more of like a fantasist. Like she's written as though she's a scientist, but she's not very scientific. So what's your guess why they call themselves Starborn, Sarah?
I'm not really sure. Scientifically speaking, we're all born from the stars. Most of the chemical components of our body, carbon, oxygen, sulfur, are exactly the same as those manufactured by internal stellar reactions. Now, ask someone like Matteo the same question, and he'd probably give a more theological answer. But hey, it's all a guessing game anyway.
Whatever they are, we should probably be cautious in dealing things beyond our understanding.
To a degree, yes. Every bit of exploration comes with inherent risk. If we continue to avoid life's mysteries, we'll barely make progress as a species.
I'm sure you'll get to the bottom of the mystery.
I certainly hope so. You know, it's funny. When I was a little girl, I'd lay on the ground and stare up at the stars. I was absolutely convinced they held a secret. I'd remain there for hours in silence, eyes closed, listening, waiting for the secret to be whispered in my ear. This encounter with the Starborn is that moment to me. The stars are finally whispering, and I need to hear what they have to say.
What are you expecting to learn?
Truthfully, I haven't the slightest idea. But just the thought that any of the secrets of the universe could be revealed from these Starborn is terribly exciting.
Well, just don't go risking your life just to learn a secret that may not be what you're looking for.
I'll be careful, I promise. Well then, I've certainly wasted enough of your valuable time. Just do be careful if you cross paths with these Starborn in the future. I wouldn't want to lose one of the most valuable members of Constellation.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. First, we're gonna go out into space again.
Let's put this bird into space.
That would be an interesting
Stay in orbit
idea.
or jump. Your call.
Well, first we have to power up our systems. Oh, I also made a couple of very minor changes to my ship yet again. Not big changes. I moved the outside engines. Well, actually, I moved the innermost portion of the outside engines back 1/2 a stage, so that they're offset from the most outside engines. And then I put in a couple of little radiators on the outermost portion. I also recolored all the radiators so they have like a gold type appearance. That's about it. Never ever content. In fact, I kind of want to move that center element forward one. Partly to match the other ones, and partly just because. Maybe. Alright, so looking out into the stars. What do we got? Put up the posters in the well. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. We don't like Vivictus. When I eventually do my good, bad, and ugly playthrough, the quote, good person will definitely not even consider that mission. The bad person will definitely consider that mission. And the ugly is not really actually going to be, quote, ugly, although maybe. They are going to be kind of specifically designed around a more, kind of the way I play this one, bit of a mercenary mindset. By the way, I love these maps. And they do move, by the way, not what I'm doing, but as you're exploring space and traveling around, the worlds, when you go to look at the maps when you're going into the star systems, they are moving in accordance with, you know, the theory of, like, the worlds are moving and the moons are moving around them, and et cetera, et cetera. All right. We can't see things without going into there, so let's go to missions. Where is Stroud Eklund? Okay, that's in Narian. Those are both down here and over here, respectively. That is... Oh, hey, that's near my home. Interesting. Was it Olympus or was it Aranai? It was Olympus. Okay. That's back on Neon. That's back on Neon. Interesting. Bernard Star. Okay. That's close by. Where is the clinic? That's in Narian. Okay. That's back there, although, well, we have to go to Aquila City for that, so that's actually in Narian as well, I believe. Oh, no, that's Cheyenne. I always forget that. Narian is Velo and... Yeah. Okay. That's back on Neon. We got a bunch of stuff to do back on Neon. That's Sidonia. Okay, imagine this. You've just been hired by one of the greatest megacorps in the settled systems. Greatest, it being biggest. Not literally greatest as in, but you've just been hired by one of the biggest megacorps in the settled systems, and your very first task is go get coffee. You go do other things, then you get the coffee, then you go literally leave the planet to go do even more other things. Could you imagine? Okay, that's back on Aquila, so there's a couple of things to do on Aquila. I believe that's, yeah, that's back on Neon. Alright, well, we've got a bunch of things to do. Let's go to the clinic, I think. Yeah. I believe no matter what you do, with that mission, even if you go straight to get the coffee, it still reflects on you as having taken time to get it and why did it take so long, which does make sense based on the context because you got assaulted in the coffee shop. But I think it's hilarious that you can take all that time and just the ridiculous idea.
You are cleared to dock at the clinic, the best medical
that you're not
facility in the
immediately
settled
fired.
systems.
Nice clean dock there.
The actual settled
I'm glad to see
systems
you looking well.
of the map I'm less a fan of, but the system maps themselves I really like. They look really good.
I have never required treatment here, and I hope that I never do.
That I hope so too. For you and me. Ship services.
Got anything you need to offload? Trade Authority is always buying. Kiosk right here.
Yep.
Okay, no problem.
What's that? Never content, you say? Not me. I'm the most content person ever when it comes to ship design. Oh yeah, I forgot I hid lasers there. Alrighty. Don't think that would look good. No, that wouldn't look good. That would look awkward and weird. Although, what we could do is pull that forward. Maybe. That doesn't really look very good either. Is there an alternate way to do that? Maybe. Oh, I can't do that here. That's a shame. That means that this ship services, despite my having a element that allows for it, doesn't have all the parts. That's okay. I'm gonna do this for now. And then when I get back to a place where I can put all the ship parts in relative to aspects. Yeah, I like that. Well, I don't like that, but I have ideas. I have ideas. never said they were good ideas. Takes a bit for it to process a ship that large.
Hey,
Oh.
what can I do for you? Okay,
Oh,
no
wait.
problem.
No, I don't want to purchase a vehicle. You don't sell ships. Alright.
Excuse me?
Excuse you.
Need something?
Medical supplies.
Hey, let's keep our voices down. The clinic doesn't exactly know I'm giving its supplies away. That being said, I've been expecting someone soon. I've heard Bayou really has a vice grip on Neon right now. I have some supplies I can give you. Should be more than enough for now, and it shouldn't draw any suspicion from the clinic. I'll have them loaded onto your ship.
Great. Few extra supplies couldn't hurt, though.
Sorry, I can't do that. This is the most I can give you without drawing suspicion.
I know you'd help me if you could.
I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. Oh, I really shouldn't do this. If the clinic finds out... All right, you win. You're very persuasive. I can throw in a few extra supplies, but I'm not going to make this a regular thing, okay? They'll be loaded onto your ship.
Tell me something.
Are you here for a procedure?
No.
Better
That's-
get going.
That's another kind of shame in this game, is it locks out conversation options, which does make a certain kind of sense. But it locks out conversation options when it doesn't make sense. For example, one of the conversation options was, why are you doing this for that other doctor? And it locks out the option to ask her more about it if you take that persuasion option. Like, and I think it might even lock out the persuasion option if you ask her about, why are you doing this for that other doctor? Like, there's no reason you couldn't ask more. There's a lot of that in this game. Like, a bunch of dialogue options that get fully locked out, and you don't get to say anything more on the subject. And it's like, why not? And you have to go back in and re-talk to people about various dialogue choices, because otherwise it just won't give it to you. Hold on. I want to see something. I never even considered trying this before. Oh, did I see? Did I? I don't. Oh, hold on. There's. It's like potentially trying, but then maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to say. Hold on. Now, the problem is that it is actually floating, and that's not what I want either. Well, there's another issue in that I don't actually know where this thing is trying to place itself. Because it doesn't look like it's on the ground at all. I want it to be is like right on that little platform there. Let me try something else right quick. Ooh. That could work if I can get it to actually do what I want. Okay. Maybe. Possibly not. I don't know where it's trying to connect or not connect. Okay. Where did that actually place it, though? Oh! Not bad. Not particularly good either. If I can get it to go more one direction or another, that would be better. It looks like it's about a few feet from where I would like it to be. But again, I don't know how this thing is deciding to place. Yeah, see, it's like weirdly making these choices. Maybe right about there? No, that's too far to the right. Because it goes... I think it's trying to place it on the window, kind of, which is weird. I mean, the whole thing is weird, but... It's not... No, that's still far, far too far to the right. Come on, give me the placement. Okay, so that is... like, where I'd really like it is right there, but it doesn't appear to want to go there. And I don't know how to make it go where I want it to. And it's super hard to judge the actual placement of objects. That's probably too far to the left. Yep. It doesn't seem to want to go... like... just a little bit farther to one direction or the other is where I want it. But it's really giving me a How about there? Ah. That'll do. Okay. That'll do. Now, let's hope we can move this. We want it to be facing that direction. Right there. You know, my music should not be doing that. We want it to be not that way, if we can avoid it. Right there. All right.
Any day you make it through is a victory in my book.
You bet. Now, I should be staring at my wife's present at all times. It's still just a little bit too far to the... Oh, I'm doing it. Okay, it needs to come left just ever so slightly. Hey, Sarah. Ever so slightly toward me. All right. First, we have to find our placement. Okay, that's definitely far, 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 far to the wrong way. How about right there? Good enough for government work. I don't think I'm gonna get any better than that. In fact, is that near perfect? It's near perfect. Look at that. Center mass, baby. No, don't get up. Undock. Perfect. As perfect as it's gonna get.
And we're loose.
Beautiful. Just don't look at how it's weirdly floating in space. All right. I could probably put a different table that's shorter, but I'm not going to. At least not right now. All right. That's back at Neon. And we're not going to Neon right now. Let's go to Stroud Eklund Shipyard. Oh, it's in the same system. Isn't that convenient?
Welcome to Stroud Eklund Star Yard. Permission to dock granted.
Corco, that room of yours better be clean next time I go in there.
I'll get to it, Dad. I promise.
And this ain't my getting around to it tone. You understand?
Fine, okay. I'm going.
You know what they could add to this game? They could add individual assigned rooms. I would make them a single hab unit like this. A single, square hab unit. And just, you have like have them be designed where they have to go either on a side or on a rear or whatever of your ship, and make it so that you literally, when you put the hab in, you assign that hab to a crew member. And very specifically, in fact, this is what they could do. Have each one be assigned to a specific person, in the sense of, like, the hab itself is named, right? So you select the individual crew hab unit, and you select the Sam unit, the Cora unit, the Danny unit, the Sarah unit, the Betty unit, etc. Each hab unit, and they could make it so that the units are selectable based on who's currently assigned to your crew. It'd be challenging, but that'd be neat. Have each of them be a unique design that is specifically unique to each individual person.
Walter is quite proud of what his company has accomplished, and for good reason.
Habershaw's in the showroom if you're ready to buy.
I'm not here about that.
Your average consumer doesn't need that sort of maneuvering capability. And Mike is saying there are technical reasons your design won't work.
You're asking for technology that doesn't even exist, Frank. I'm good at what I do, but you're mental if you think I can pull off what you're asking. Tried and true is what we should focus on.
Tried and true is so dull, though. I like Frank's design, but maybe we could pivot it to more of a research vessel? Something suited for deep space exploration.
That's a great suggestion, but you know what? We haven't heard from Nev yet. Maybe she has some marketing insights. Okay, but what if... Sorry, hear me out. What if we went for the family recreation demo instead? It's a much bigger market than Explorers, and no one else is doing it.
Oh, seriously?
That's a little different than I think we were all expecting, but a really good point.
I also worry that would limit us creatively.
Hey, back up. Nev's got a point. It's something we could easily build. And I'm sure the number crunchers could make it turn a tidy profit.
Thank you.
But I do think a solid, no-frills ship with a large cargo capacity would be even more practical and doable, given our time frame.
Look, everyone, we need to come together if we're to succeed. Let's change direction and do a little thought exercise. Okay, fine. Maybe we should all just go back and develop our ideas some more before Walter's consultant, friend, whatever they are, gets here.
Too late.
The decision's apparently out of our hands anyway. Hi there.
You must be Jules.
Hello.
You're the project lead.
It means I'm responsible for making sure our projects are carried through to completion. I'm not the one calling all the shots per se, but I do need to ensure the people making those calls are empowered to do that within the limits the executive set for us.
And you've been leading the team for long?
It might surprise you to hear that no, I have not. This is actually the first project I've led for Stroud Eklund. I recently graduated with a master's degree in engineering management. I'm actually kind of surprised they hired me, but I was at the top of my class, so maybe they didn't want to lose me to some other star yard. Anyway, I'm grateful for the chance to do good work here.
Well, I'm the consultant, here to speak to you about this project.
You must be Walter's colleague. He informed me that you'd be taking charge of Project Kepler despite the fact that we have a fully dedicated R&D staff already assigned to it. But that's okay. I'm sure that even though you have virtually no experience with this, you'll do a great job.
Wow, that was rather passive aggressive of you. I have plenty of experience designing starships.
Oh, I just assumed. You know what? I'm really sorry. I should trust Walter knew what he was doing. My bad.
Even so, we have plenty of designers.
As you probably know, we're
might
tasked
be
with
the
coming
problem.
up with Stroud Eklund's next hit starship. But we have budget concerns, market research to finish, and we can't seem to agree on a design. So I guess Walter sent you to resolve these issues. Have at it.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about your team?
Sure. I'm Jules, R&D project lead. Was the one making all the big decisions. I suppose I just coordinate now. You already heard from Frank. He's lead designer on the project, focused on the look and feel of the ships. There's Ella, another senior designer. She focuses on some of the more technical designs of ships. Went to school with Frank. Mike is our senior engineer, responsible for consulting on all the technical bits, the machinery, the computer systems, etc. And then there's Nev. She's here for marketing. It's her job to weigh in and sell this thing to consumers.
I'm familiar with the process. Let's get to it.
Ah, right, so you mentioned. Let's move on to solving our budget issues then, shall we? We were charged with building the newest, hottest ship on the market, which won't be possible unless we petition the board for more money. So we have two new budget proposals. One will allow us to build what I consider to be a very sensible ship, but we'll have to make some tough design cuts. The other will allow us much more flexibility to put whatever we want into the ship. It's what I call the kitchen sink proposal. I don't love it, but it'll be next to impossible to approve. What should we go with?
And why can't you use the original budget you were given?
I'd love to, seriously. It would be a huge win for us if we came in under or at that budget. But none of the viable designs for this project can be made for that amount. I've already rejected that budget, so I have to go to the board regardless. And since you're now responsible for the major decisions, which budget proposal we go with falls on you.
Well, I personally am a fan of the kitchen sink proposal, but here's the thing. What kind of cuts would we have to make for the sensible design?
It's more that we can only choose certain design elements at the expense of others. In other words, if we go with something in Mike's design, there's not enough money in the budget for what Ella wants. That's one of the reasons we haven't been able to agree on anything.
Well, people like me can often design ships after the fact, so let's go ahead and focus on the smaller budget and stick with the sensible proposal.
That sounds good to me, but remember, this ship will have fewer bells and whistles. We're not going to be able to include everything we want. Frank's luxury design has the most expensive components, and we've been having trouble convincing him to move away from that idea so we can stay within the budget. We need his help. Do you think you can get him to budge?
I am right here, you know?
Well, let's talk about what we can cut from your design, Frank.
I already gave my answer to Jules. We cut nothing.
That's not how this works. Let's think about this more. You seem reasonable.
I've thought about this as much as I care to.
And I'm the lead.
Fine. I see what you're saying. Perhaps we tone down the luxury aspects a bit. Does it really need so much gold trim? Probably not.
For what it is worth, I believe that is the correct approach. Luxury should not be the goal here. Also, Frank annoys me.
Great! That's one problem solved. I'll go forward with that budget proposal and we can move on. Next, we need to gather some market data. The best way to do this is to outfit your ship with some sensors and take it through some real-world scenarios so we can make more informed design decisions.
Why me specifically? Aren't there better ways of gathering that kind of data?
Well, Mr. Stroud believes you fit in our target demographic. We heard about some of your adventures, and we tend to agree that getting data from someone like you will be helpful. Frankly, most of our test pilots played a little too safe, and the scenarios we run don't push the limits as much as we can get away with legally. But luckily, we don't have those same concerns with you, because you're not technically employed by us, and Walter trusts you.
There's a reason. What do I need to do?
Great! Just pick up a mission or two at the mission board and proceed like you normally would. We'll collect the data when you return. If you take on a variety of missions, we can build a ship to handle a variety of scenarios. But if you just fly one mission, we can build a more focused ship. It's up to you. In the meantime, you might also want to talk with the team, get to know them, give feedback on their proposals, etc. Good luck out there.
Well, let's go ahead and talk with the team. Ella?
So, you're Walter's friend. I know he chose you to head this project as some sort of favor. Honestly, as senior technical designer, I was hoping to receive that honor, but there's always next time. Regardless, I'm excited to help you out. Do you have any experience building spaceships?
I'm basically a professional.
This is wonderful to hear. I hope for all of our sakes that you are not overselling your ability. Now, I know you've been asked to give feedback on our design proposals. Would you care for a brief synopsis of mine?
I'm not talking to you for no reason. What sort of ship do you have in mind?
Of course. But first, let me ask you this. What pilot demographic is currently being underserved by the current starship market?
I don't know, but I feel like you're going to tell me.
Well, you're no fun. My idea is a little less conventional. I believe we should invest in making a dedicated exploration ship, marketed toward citizen scientists. Sure, we and other manufacturers have lines of exploration ships, but none built with the average consumer in mind. It's my hope that we can jumpstart a new era of affordable, accessible space exploration, fueled by ordinary people like you and me.
Well, to be fair, neither of us are particularly ordinary, but, what do you think a ship like that would be designed like?
I'd start with a small ship profile. It won't need much storage or passenger capacity. Then, of course, you would want an advanced grav drive to reach deep space and plenty of energy for extended flights. In order to keep costs down, it likely doesn't need expensive weapon systems or defensive measures. It won't need those where it's going. And of course, high-end scanners and other scientific equipment is a must.
Not a bad concept, but it seems like a pretty niche product, and you'd be surprised how often you need weapons for any given situation.
Yeah, that's what Jules said too. But at least that gives me something to think about. Thanks. I'll refine the idea and propose it next time, I guess.
What do you think of the company?
Why do I feel like answering this could be a trap coming from someone who was sent here by Walter to step in and take over our project? It's not like I have anything to hide. I used to think working for a super wealthy corporation would be terrible, but honestly, it's pretty great. They've been good to me, and the stability is way better than any startup. I've had opportunities I wouldn't have anywhere else, so yeah, pretty great.
All right. Well, good talk.
Okay, yeah. Bye.
Mike, right?
I'm wondering if we need another chef in the kitchen. Then again, I hear Walter brought you in to finally make a decision around here.
It sounds like you have an issue with me.
Well, quite the opposite, actually. See, I don't care who makes the decision so long as someone does it. And said proposal doesn't make me regret getting into engineering. You get me? Speaking of which, I think my plan will get us where we need to be as quickly and efficiently as possible. It's simple, no frills, and most importantly, won't cause me any major headaches on the engineering side.
Yeah. Sounds like this project has been hard on engineers.
Let me tell you, all the creative minds around here are so concerned with designing the most innovative and fancy ships possible. They never stop to think about the kind of work it takes to do that in a reasonable time frame. Yes, we're engineers. Our job is to make the bloody impossible possible. But that doesn't mean it's easy or practical. That and there's never enough of us to go around.
Well, as an engineer myself, I get it. However, what can you tell me about your role here?
Couldn't figure it out from the engineering talk? I'm an engineer, mate. It means I'm the one who's got to put together all these plans and actually make the bloody ship fly. Been doing it for going on 25 years at various star yards. They still haven't realized this place would fall apart if not for me. Instead of letting me get to my work, they keep giving me fancy new titles and got me tied up in endless meetings like this one.
Honestly, engineering is not the be-all end-all of anything. You also have to think about design. Your pitch is a bit unenthusiastic.
No, I'm just trying to set realistic goals. Sorry that ain't exciting to you. So I'm thinking, there's loads of fighters. No sense in mucking about with that again. And we've already got one of the best luxury liners in the biz. What I figure is, the cargo running business is booming, and no one's quite built a personal craft like that to serve the working class folk. Nothing fancy, no frills. Just a simple, sturdy, inexpensive ship with cargo room up the wazoo and make it so easy my cousin's little moppet could fly it.
Seems simple enough. What other design considerations would you think?
Our objective should be to build a huge ship with plenty of cargo room while keeping the cost low. Doesn't need fancy equipment, just the basics. Basic weapons, basic defenses, basic scanners. You get the idea. If we go with a design like that, I can focus on quality construction and the ship will practically sell itself.
Maybe you can make your pitch a little more exciting, but I like where your head's at.
Yes. Of course. Zhuzh it up just enough to disappoint me even more when we ultimately end up choosing something ridiculous. Thanks.
What do you think of the company?
I assume you mean the company and not the people. Because even if I didn't already think so, I'd tell you that both Walter and Issa are great. The company is still kind of young as far as Star Yards go, but it seems to be going in the right direction, despite what it may look like. I've been doing this for a while at other Star Yards, and so far, we're avoiding a lot of the mistakes some of the older corps have made.
You don't like being involved in the R&D part?
Nope, not really. I like to think I don't have the ego for it. I've got nothing to prove, and I don't rightly care to make my mark on the industry. But all I want to do is build the best damn starships I can, not get bogged down with all the excess particulars. But upper management loves the work I do, and they wouldn't let me say no to this. I guess they needed someone to keep everyone's heads out of the clouds, so here I am.
Makes sense. Thanks for the talk.
Hope we didn't scare you off, huh?
No. And, Nev.
Hi. Need something?
You seem a little on edge. Something wrong?
Oh, no. Well, it's just... I'm a little new here, and everyone's got these big, flashy designs. And I'm supposed to come up with one too, but like, I don't know if it's as good or like, good at all, even.
Nothing I've heard so far has blown me away, so it can't be any worse.
Can I tell you? Part of me was hoping you'd say that. So, I was thinking that we could really use a recreational craft in our fleet. But not like super luxurious like our Adonis pleasure yacht, something marketed more towards families. Something Mom and Dad could pack up and take the kids on vacation. You probably think that's stupid, right?
Really think that kind of ship is in demand?
I used to go off-world camping with my family when I was a kid. The other families we met always complained their ships weren't quite adequate for family vacations. They never had enough room, and the kids would always fight. I've done some market research, and no ship manufacturer seems to be making ships for things like this. Which means even if the demand is low, we can fill this niche and still sell a lot.
What would it take to design a ship like that?
I haven't thought of all the details, but I'd imagine lots of passenger space would be a top priority. A mid-sized ship with enough room for one, or maybe even 2 or 3 families to spread out and relax. I don't think it'd need any fancy weapons or scientific equipment, so it should be pretty affordable. Families don't want to spend a fortune, so keeping the cost low will help guarantee plenty of sales.
I gotta be honest, sounds like a great idea. Unique, fun, and if people wanted to refit it with cargo space and weapons that are a little bit better, sounds like it might be an interesting ship.
Oh, really? Wow, I am... Thank you. I'm really glad I told you about it. Well, if we end up making it, I swear I'll work up a hell of an ad campaign for it.
Do you like working here?
So far I do. But, just between you and me, I feel like I'm in a little over my head. I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. But my bosses really seem to like my work, so I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm doing something right. I still feel weird pitching ideas to people who have been at this for so much longer than I have.
Well, sometimes a fresh idea is a good idea. How do you do the marketing for a ship manufacturer like this?
It's interesting. I'm new, and I've never done anything like this before coming here. Marketing for ships, specifically, that is. There are so many things to think of for different demographics, like style, features, cost, and all that. And you also need to think about offensive and defensive capabilities, because space is dangerous and people need to feel like the ship they're buying is safe.
What'd you do before this?
Yeah, I've only been here for a few months. I did a little marketing for Chunks before this, but it was really more of an internship. Ships are totally different than that. I applied for the job here on a whim because I thought it'd be fun. I never expected to be hired.
Can we really afford
Well,
a new ship?
honestly, I like your ship design because as a person who takes passengers and does a bit of combat and everything, I tend to build for passengers, so we'll think about it.
See you later.
That data from your ship is going to be critical to our design process.
I understand.
Assuming you can handle the missions.
Frank, let's talk.
You know, I have designed spacecraft for over 10 years. So, you must have really impressed Walter for him to give you this project. Or maybe it's a bit of nepotism. Never mind that. Perhaps he sees in you what he sees in me.
Still, to go from literally nothing to ships that give tile a run for its money. Have you seen the specs on the
What do you think Walter sees in you?
I don't want to be a target.
In us?
Maybe the
My hope is that he sees the passion in our work. In truth, I know he values me, but he has yet to truly cut me loose from the corporate reins and let me do as I wish. But I understand Walter has given you much greater control of our project. Perhaps I can learn from you and convince him I'm ready for the same.
Tell me about yourself.
As a designer, I see the beauty in our craft and deliver that to the consumer. My desire is to make flying in our ships a joy to all the senses. I have won awards. I am proud of my work. But I do not like to brag. Rather, my goal is to change the board's perception of employees like myself from mere cogs in the corporate machine to value us as artists and let us do as we please.
As a person who enjoys form, sometimes being let off the leash is a bad idea. 10 years of experience isn't as much as you seem to think it is.
No one asked you, newbie. I don't even know why I am being asked to accept feedback from someone who only just joined our team. But here we are. Anyway, imagine a luxury craft designed for the most discerning of tastes. Every feature designed for comfort and peace of mind. High-end performance, precision engineering, a spacecraft for those who wish to be seen. This will be the most elite personal craft on the market.
And what is your idea for a design of a ship like that?
The ship should be mid-size, spacious but not bulky. We'll want to build it with the highest quality, most expensive modules available. It should feel safe but not threatening. Focus on defensive measures, not aggressive weaponry. Above all, you should be able to picture your favorite celebrity, or Walter himself, flying this ship and influencing others to buy as well.
I've had better ideas come out of fever dreams.
I'm sure such ideas have been featured in the top trade publications. Perhaps in Talentless Smart Asses Monthly? In fact, you've made me realize that your involvement makes it such that if this project fails, we can point to you as the problem. If anything, I should thank you.
Why are you being so defensive about your design, Frank?
Because I am the lead designer on the project. It is literally my job to design it. It is frustrating because I keep getting pushback, and Jules has this idea that we will make a better product by designing it all together. Since everyone has equal say, it led us to a standstill. It was much easier before.
Why work here if you seem so unhappy with the way things are?
Just because I do not like how corporate we have become doesn't mean I don't like getting paid. Besides, with every successful ship I design, I believe I can influence the company to shift away from typical corporate bullshit and back to taking risks by pursuing art and innovation. Then again, here we are.
There's a reason why people don't sell only art in ship design. What's the idea about wanting to sell ships to celebrities?
2 words. Conspicuous consumption. Are you familiar with this concept?
Give me the short version.
Of course. Rich celebrity like Borealis buys shiny ship to show off. Idiot consumer sees Borealis use our ship, and idiot consumer wants one too. I hope that's simple enough for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're thinking short term. The overall greater sales numbers are not going to reflect what you think they are.
See you.
Tell me more about yourself.
This is going great. Just fantastic.
I'll be back.
We'll chat again soon, okay?
Can we really afford it? ship. The repairs on our old ship just keep piling up. If this keeps up, all our profits are just going to keep it flying. I know.
Where's
Everything's
Havershaw?
so new here. We got a business to run. No time for
Havershaw, there you are.
Well, I do
Stroud
like
Eklund
ships
may be
like
new,
that.
but it has allowed us to learn from the others.
Let me see your ships.
Let's get you a new ship.
So this is what you think of as a good ship. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I do actually kind of like these designs. I mean, after all, you've seen my ship. But you could do with something a little more unique. We'll see. I'll be back. We'll go collect some data. And it's still showing that.
My business is switching to Stroud Eklund. It just makes sense.
Yeah, it's not giving me
I
a
came out
mission
of
that I
curiosity,
need.
but
That's okay. I can get a mission. Well, I have a
these
bounty
specs?
mission, so.
Impressive.
We'll see, won't we? How about getting me up?
We're free and clear for flight.
Let's transport these workers. And hey, while we're in Cheyenne, we can do some other things.
Nice jump. We're right on target.
This is Freestar Collective Space. Hold while we scan your ship. Scan complete. You're clear to land.
I took that picture. I think it's pretty.
Starting landing procedure.
My massive ship and its 4 tiny landing gear. Don't forget, always show your guests the way out.
Hey, what's going on?
Because otherwise, they might not ever leave.
appreciate the desire for independence, but these people are quite vulnerable.
That's true, but it's their choice. My ship is not exactly a bastion of cheap design, but I like it. For the record, I don't recommend going the kitchen sink design path. Mostly because the ship at the end of the design is ugly. I've only done this particular mission twice. No, actually, I think this is only the second time. I don't think I ever got to the end of the last time I did it. The first time I did it, I went the kitchen sink, and my choices led to an extremely ugly ship. Like, literally looked like the Bethesda designers made it as ugly as possible on purpose, as if to say, you made the wrong choice. Which, it probably would be the wrong choice. You kind of don't want to do a kitchen sink design. You end up with the Homer.
Engines purring. Let's do this. We're in orbit. What next?
What next is we're going to Aquila to take care of some things. As soon as we find Aquila. Ah, there it is.
Space. Please hold your current speed and heading while we scan you for contraband. And that's it. Enjoy that Aquila City air.
I actually always do.
Touchdown imminent. Man, the galaxy's too big to be stuck in the same place.
That's why we go traveling.
Good to see you again.
All right, you
Your
two.
ship is way bigger than Dad's.
Well, my ship is way bigger than most people's. So, you know. That's not even a humble brag. It's just I like a big ship. All right. I'm not sure why they didn't pave this. I mean, it's cheaper not to. But at the very least, they could have, you know, put down some boards like they did here, you know? But
keep your nose clean. The last thing I want is to charge you for it.
And hey, while we're here,
Hey, deputy. You know I went to chef school.
Diego?
This.
Well, aren't you a keen one? You've been hitting the Ranger mission board. Hard. I gotta ask why. Most of our newly joined aren't so damn eager.
Technically, I've only taken one mission on the mission board. I just accepted 3 more, including talking to you, but anyway. I have my reasons.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot. Just so you know, every post on the board was penned by yours truly. And we caught a break. Seems some of your missions are related. A puppet master type by the name of Tawny Adams was pulling the strings. And your work is flushed around. I figure, since you did the hard work already, you deserve the honors of dealing with her for good.
So, sign me up.
Excellent. She'll have company, so armor up, gear up, and probably bring a friend. I'd wish you good luck, but I expect luck's got nothing to do with it.
I always bring my wife, wherever she is currently. Well, that's not entirely true. I don't always bring my wife, but I always bring her when I can. Sometimes people want to come with me instead, and it's, you know.
Just making my way.
Alex.
Look who it is. Hey, I wondered when you might come by. I'm Alex. Nia's report said you were heading for Neon? I've always wanted to go there. What did you think?
What's stopping you from going to Neon?
Oh, I can't fly anywhere. Issues with my eustachian tubes. Being in a pressurized environment is like someone taking a laser cutter to the sides of my head. It's not great, but at least I can pretend to visit the party capital of the galaxy by having you tell me about it.
I didn't really care for it.
What? You serious? Well, that's a first. I guess not everyone likes to have a good time. Speaking of which, on to business. So how'd it go? Turn up anything useful?
First of all, your impression of what Neon is definitely what the tourist board for Neon would have you believe. It is a lot worse than... Anyway. I need your help with the encryption on this slate.
Oh, come to daddy, my sweet little mystery slate. I see lots of coffee and late nights ahead. Now, if you get any more of these, bring them to me. It helps if I can compare different instances of the encryption they're using. Just look for me up here. I have no life, so I'm not usually hard to find.
You don't get out much?
Oh, why should I? Nothing but dirt, cold air, and Asha waiting for me out there. I like my nice, cozy, antisocial office space much more, thanks.
How long do you think it'll take to break the encryption?
It'll take as long as it takes. You can't rush a job like this. One thing I can promise you, though, is that it'll go a lot faster if I don't have to answer silly questions.
I'm counting on you, Alex.
You're counting on me. You know I outrank you, right? Please and thank you go a long way when addressing your betters, rookie.
You're not my better, Alex. And nobody outranks me. I am
the new deputy. Take care of yourself out there.
I try to. I may be a deputy by your considerations, but I am the captain of my own ship. I'm a Vanguard captain. I'm in the Crimson Fleet. Technically, I'm working for SysDef. I have a lot of titles. If I were in a one of those situations in the fantasy books where you start by giving everybody your various and sundry names, I'd be there for hours. All right. Okay. Yep. Nope. Let's see. Nope. That's back on Neon. Oh, the Marshal wants to see me. Well, the Marshal can wait. Like I said, I have a lot on my plate. I don't remember if I ever gave you your tree branch back.
Welcome to the... Everything you see here is a piece of Aquila City's history.
I found something for your museum.
Let me see. Magnificent. These are Solomon's calculations that he used to do his first solo grav jump here. The data he gathered himself from his telescope in Wyoming. On Earth. Priceless. If you find anything else, please come back.
I'll do that.
I hope you enjoyed your visit.
And these little books you keep collecting do end up on these little shelves, so you can actually see what that you're missing certain things. 1, 2. We're actually missing quite a lot. I know where one of them is. I just can't get to it because everybody is constantly standing around Ron Hope's desk, including Ron Hope himself. All right. Wonder if I have any books of interest. One can never tell whether they're of interest or not. Hey, you. Tell me something. Do I have any books you might want?
Feel free to read. This is a haven for all that love letters.
I'm gonna guess no.
You are welcome back anytime.
All right.
Stay away, please!
There's an Ashta on the loose somewhere. I can almost guarantee that's what's just happened. When people freak out like this in Aquila, if it wasn't caused by me, which as far as I know, it hasn't been caused by me, it means there's an Ashta inside the city.
Pretty tough living here, but you live on your own terms.
The only issue is the city's so big, who knows where it actually is.
The Stretch Housing Project has many people volunteering labor and materials. A real community effort.
Well, hopefully Aquila's security will take care of it. And
My mother wanted me to be a doctor.
for the record, Aquila's security might be taking care of it or have already taken care of it. It wouldn't stop the populace from freaking out and running, screaming one way or the other. People start shooting and everybody goes running, which, I mean, that makes sense.
These Rangers are some hard-blooded folk. They ain't afraid of anything.
Nah. Doesn't really mean anything. Marshall, you wanted to talk?
I need a word. Welcome back. Any luck finding out who stole that ship from Hope Tech?
A shipjacker named Grace Early.
Grace Early? Yeah, I've heard the name once or twice. Sounds like you're making real progress.
We'll find out. Thank me when I've taken down the first.
Good. Stay focused on the task at hand and don't take your eye off the target. That's how a ranger should think. What did you learn from this starship thief?
Not too much, just a couple names. Marco handles the money, and there's a Maya Cruz.
Good work. Sounds like you've got a couple of new leads to follow up on. I have a guess who Marco might be. I served with Maya Cruz. She's a technical genius and an expert hacker. I can give you some background if you want it, or we can go straight to planning your next move.
What else can you tell me about Marco?
There was a mech driver in the 1st Cavalry named Marco Graziani. He came from money, and when the 1st Cav got a reputation as the top unit, he transferred in. Rumor was that bribes made it happen. Marco had a knack for getting hold of anything we needed. There was talk the family fortune came from smuggling, and I believe it. He had this dream to become a wealthy businessman when he got out. But I guess that got put on hold when they locked him up.
And, Maya Cruz?
They said she was a child prodigy, which probably explains her arrogance. Even so, she was fiercely loyal to Major Hull. I don't think she'd ever give him up. If you find her, don't expect her to cooperate.
Well, I need some information to track him down.
Like what?
Where do you think someone would go for long-term medical treatment?
Most likely place would be the clinic. It's in Freestar Collective space and provides the best medical services credits can buy. They also guarantee privacy, so it's an ideal place for someone trying to keep a low profile. Ranger Ben Armistead is posted there. I'll send him an update on the situation.
And, Marco's location. How do you think I can find him?
Around the time he got out of jail, we started hearing Marco's name in circulation. Word is he's heading up a smuggling racket. Based on what you've learned, I'd presume he's funneling his ill-gotten gains to the First. Ranger Autumn McMillan is out at Red Mile right now looking into the smuggling operation. I suggest you pool your resources. Just remember, that's outside Freestar Collective space, so we've got no jurisdiction there.
Well, I think that's enough to go on.
Your priority is to gather more intel about the First. What are they planning? Who are they working for? Where are they headquartered? Just remember that your targets were locked up because they were loyal to their unit. They think the Freestar Collective betrayed them. In other words, you ain't gonna get a warm welcome, so be careful. Good hunting, Deputy.
I'm always careful. Except when I'm not. Alright, well. Got a few places we can go visit.
Diego Monroe, at your service.
I think we're done on Aquila. Let's see. The clinic, Red Mile. Okay. Hostage, destroy Crimson Fleet. Yeah, that's definitely off this world. That's Neon. That's out in other locations. That's back on Neon. That's back on Neon. Let's go to Sidonia. Volai Chi? That sounds like a thing. Who's Catherine? Is that Neon? That is Neon. Okay, Volai Chi sounds like, Volai Tau, Beta, Epsilon, Volai Chi. Huh. I don't know why it wants me to go to Volai Chi. We'll do that on our way back to Neon. What was the one in the Olympus? It wasn't... There was a mission in Olympus, and I don't remember what it was. Might be just to visit a planet out here somewhere. Hypnos. I mean, I could easily look and find out. But I like going in and looking at the individual planets, seeing what's there. No? Okay. What about Orpheus? Could just be a contact around one of these worlds. Ah, there it is. A scanner anomaly. That's what it was. Okay. Okay. Well, let's go ahead. Let's take care of the hostage situation. People are still flipping out. Hopefully security's got it handled.
Nice ride. The services tech is in the hut up at the front. Needed.
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
Something like that.
I'll bet you're here for more small talk.
With you, Betty, always. We'll be heading back out into space somewhat shortly, but oh, that's interesting. I didn't know you couldn't sit in those chairs. I'll have to put a chair down there that you can sit on. In the meantime, I'm going to take a short rest, and I'll be right back. I'm back. And, just for a little shameless self-promotion, I will, well, once this thing is done auto-saving, and, if it doesn't decide to just crash on me, there we go. Let me go ahead and see if, I guess I would add that as a scene. Let's try this and then add a window capture. We'll just call it that. Hopefully. Nope. There we go. And we'll go ahead and transform that so that it fills the screen. Fit to screen. Shameless self-promotion. These are the emotes on my channel on Twitch. I made them all myself. They are... As you can see, some are animated, some are not. You can I don't know. Ah, there we go. Look at that. You can see it in light and dark modes if you go to the extension. No, that doesn't really help, but anyway. Yeah, they're mostly animals within helmets from the game. That's a miner's hat with a mouse inside of it. That's the Constellation helmet with the whatever you want to call that, an owl inside of it. That's the skull-based pirate helmet. Got a ranger helmet with a bear inside it that's smiling. Get it? Because Smokey the Bear is a ranger. This one doesn't have anything. This is just the helmet. I think it's the Deep Seeker helmet. It's the one that Agent No One wears. So I didn't do anything to it because it's no one. This is from the Trackers Alliance mission that the first mission you have to do. That anyway, that's the helmet you get from that mission, and I put it on a fiery background because it's called the Extreme Temperature Entry helmet. This is a navigator's helmet. I didn't know what to do with it, so I called it Hey, and there's a butterfly inside it. Hey, listen. This is my dog that I utilize as a multicolored animated emote, and you can't really see it on this image, but it has little spirally eyes and its tongue is out, and OMGD, oh my god, it's full of stars, or oh my good dog. Yes, many of these are punny. This is a snake helmet. I'm not going to go any further into it. It's hi or hiss or hi. however you want to look at it. There's if you zoom in on the emotes when you look at them on the channel, you can see the larger version of it. And anyway, it's Cobra. This is the pirate's sniper mask. I put a cockatoo frill on the top of it, behind it, and it's the crazy. This is a bunny inside the bounty hunter, and it's Hunbun because it's bounty Hunty Bunny, the bunny bounty hunter. Anyway, yes. This is a bull inside the pirate charger. Get it? Bull Rush. This is a bat inside the other, I think it's called the Pirate Assault Helmet. And if you look at the Pirate Assault Helmet, you'll understand why I called it blind. And blind as a bat. You cannot see it in this at all, but there is a robotic koi inside this helmet. This is the Trackers Alliance helmet, and it's like a fishbowl, so there you go. It's koi. This is the broken Constellation helmet. It says don't use across it. You can't read that. So it's no. This is a frog inside a helmet that I felt looked kind of like a frog, and I made it on the Easy Animate Rain. And I called it Soup. If you get the reference for a frog and calling the emote Soup, good for you. This one I animated myself, and it is another Varun helmet, and it has a snake inside it, and the snake pops up and sticks out its tongue and then goes nope. That I like lurk emotes. That's the general idea. It's snack or sneak and snake. Like I said, very punny emotes. This is a mercenary helmet with a cat in it that is smirking. So it's a smirk emote. Yes. Yes. This is the Mantis helmet, which I think is hideous, but it works, and I made it do a little dance because it's praying. And if you get why a praying mantis with pray spelled that way is dancing, you're old. I'll give you a clue, MC Hammer. This is a monkey inside with sunglasses inside an original Mercury helmet. You can get the idea there. And I went with OK just because I have a no, so I need an OK. Now, this one is really dumb, even dumber than the other ones that I've pointed out. This is heh, like somebody chuckling, laughing, giggling, whatever you want. It's an ecliptic helmet, and you cannot tell, probably even on the zoomed in version of the emote, but the specific reason that this particular emote is a chuckling emote is that the animal that is inside that helmet is a hyena. This is a turtle. It's stare because I couldn't think of anything else to do with it. I personally think it's the Deep Recon helmet. It's the one that Andrasia actually wears. I think it looks like a turtle. Like it's so there you go. That was the genesis of that. As for stare, I don't know. It's staring. This is a deer in the headlights. That's actually a ground crew helmet, which you normally can't see through. I did some modifications. So it's a deer in the headlights, and it's blank because staring in the headlights. So that's it. There you go. Thanks for sitting through my little art exploration. Let's go ahead and do that. Oops, wrong way. That way, so that we're ready for when we eventually quit this stream. I see I have dropped a ton of frames today. I don't know what's going on. Truly. Okay. I believe we're just going back to... I don't remember where we're going now. Not that it matters.
We have liftoff.
The thing that confuses me about streaming in general is that I haven't personally done anything different to my setup, to the game, to anything else.
Apogee complete. We're in orbit.
And for weeks, everything was fine. And in the last, like, few days, it's just been awful. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's just one of those things.
You know my great-grandpappy made that drive, right? We're here.
Please don't shoot at me.
Enemy's grav drive out of commission.
Kind of a neat looking ship.
Board is clear. We're docked.
Hey.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do need to actually do that. So let's do it now, because what I need to do is move this. We'll just put it right here for now, and I need to put a smaller table there because it's actually in the way. Maybe a coffee table would work? Probably that one. Needs to be something not very tall. Oh wow, that's not very tall anyway, so that's interesting. Okay. Well, we're gonna go ahead and go for that. Probably going to be a huge pain in the butt to get it centered. Who knows where the center is, you know? Because of the nature of this thing. Okay, so it needs to come over towards me. Right about to that screw in its own design. In theory. Where the center would be right about there. Okay. Which means it would be... It only gets higher, which is weird. Well, the whole thing's weird, obviously. Let's try that. Come on, up we go. Looks good. And we'll take that, and we'll put it on here. Just like... Should we center that? Yeah, we should center it. As much as we can, given the fact, which looks like that's going to be centered. And then we'll go ahead and we will delete that entirely so that it's not in the way. And that should work out better.
Need me for something?
Nope. Going in hot. This is, after all, a hostage situation, so no grenades. Now, this is one that is a common problem in this game. On 2 levels. One, the NPCs... Excuse me. One, the NPCs will get stuck in the exterior of a ship when the ship is in 0G sometimes. Just, like, they spawn in the exterior portions of the ship. They're not actually in the exterior because of the way the game is designed. This is an interior cell. The exterior cell kind of doesn't exist. It's weird. I don't know the full specifics on it, but anyway. And 2, when they're wearing jetpacks and you shoot their jetpack and it does the whole explosion thing, it is very common. 9 times out of 10 or more, they will get stuck in the ceiling of whatever cell you're in, whether it's an interior of a ship or an exterior location. They will go flying up into a ceiling and get stuck.
Now we're in business. There you are.
I did say no grenades. What? I said no grenades. What are you people doing? Oh, that was a mistake.
The spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
They amount to more junk that I have to sort through. Whoops. I didn't want that. What did I just steal? Oh, I do want that. Okay. Those I didn't steal from here. What's it? Those are the items that I ate. So it added them to my inventory in addition to supposedly eating them. That's super weird. Okay, that's got to be it. Yeah, we don't want to steal from this ship. Well, maybe some credits. I mean, if I find some credits lying around, you know. Okay. You shouldn't have those on your ship anyway. It should be noted, the reason I continually get legendary equipment is I have a cheat on for that. So, you know. It's also why I get so much loot out of the individuals. Because normally you only get 3 items of loot or less. And very infrequently do you get legendary gear. Or even rare or, quote, epic. But I like looting, if that's not clear by now. So I have an option turned on to get more loot from the folk that I kill. Oh, nope. Got a whole lower deck to go exploring, potentially. Not that we're gonna take anything, but, you know. We're gonna open the cases. That's the exit of this ship. Not that I think the captain's going to care that I'm taking a bunch of junk from his ship. Or her ship. Or their ship. I am an old... I struggle with pronoun concepts. And I apologize to anybody that prefers a particular pronoun. I'm trying to be more neutral, but my brain automatically goes to he first for whatever reason, she second, and then, you know. But I have been attempting in my elder time to fix that about myself and try to be more neutral in how I refer to people as a default, because one, it just shouldn't matter, you know, one way or the other. Two, I think we need a proper neutral pronoun, a new word that is a proper neutral pronoun for use in standard conversation. Mostly because the idea of gender and gendered words is stupid and old. I personally have my own idea about it. I think that we should use person and just shorten it to per and pers. But that's, you know, it doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. And also, it sounds a little weird, and, you know, getting an older generation... Dude, don't shoot at my wife.
Fire. What is it? Did you see something?
I saw a few somethings. Anyway, that's my personal opinion on the whole matter. I'm not gonna, like, get into a debate or a discussion or an argument. It's just what it is. Society has a long way to go. Oh. It's good of the captain to be over there for a couple reasons. One, it gives me an opportunity to take their stuff without them seeing me. And two, it keeps them out of harm's way should I have been blasting into this cockpit indiscriminately, which I was. Seriously, this is kind of a cool ship.
It's good to be alive.
You have a cool ship, Captain. You doing okay?
I just knew the Rangers would come through. I never lost faith.
Well, there's not much of us, but it's all in a day's work.
You Rangers. After you undock, I gotta get straight back to it, but thank you.
Whatever it is you have to get straight back to. I don't think that the Spacers brought that contraband with them, but don't you worry, I took care of that. Now, how do I get out of here? Oh, that's easy. Wow, I am up to over 10% dropped frames. That's awful. Just awful. I don't know why. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. Obviously.
Clamps released.
You know what? I don't remember if I have lights on this ship. I don't think I do. I need to change that. Yeah, I don't think I ever put any lights on the ship. Okay. Let's go ahead and destroy the Crimson Fleet captain at whatever that system is. And always remember, when we do destroy a Crimson Fleet captain, we need to go to the system from this map in order to make sure we're going to the right place, because we want to go straight there. And if you go the other direction, it doesn't always go straight there.
I will never get tired of that.
Hello.
Plenty of marks to go around. It's a good time to be a pirate.
You're gonna disagree with that very shortly.
We're docked.
Hey, thanks for interrupting my daydream.
Watch yourself. She uses a regulator. We are going in hard and loud. Watch yourself, Andresia. This is about to get real violent. In fact,
the Great Serpent favors me to have put you in my path.
Can you wait here a moment?
Do not have all the fun without me.
If anybody comes up that ladder, you blast the hell out of them. Well, unless it's me, but I assume you already understood that. Oh, hi. Uh-oh. Got a $15,000 bounty. Gotta get rid of it fast. And I don't know where I'm going to get rid of it. There we go. Now. That's the problem with a large ship in this game and the way the bounties work and you know. That's why I went in loud and fast, relatively speaking, because I don't want a 15,000 credit bounty on a mission that's going to warrant me 2650, I think. That's another one. I get it, but also, like, considering there's, I believe, literally only one Freestar Ranger board in the entire game. I feel like the Freestar Ranger boards could give you more for a bounty. Not a lot, you know. I'm not greedy, but like 3,000 instead of 2650 or whatever it is. You know, just to make it a little bit more worthwhile to the concept, I guess. And the fun fact is, we may not even be taking this bounty as is. We may be reloading and leaving the area
Winner
to just
takes all is the phrase, is it not?
blast the ship, because it depends on if my bounty is 700 some odd or if it's over 15,000. If it's over 15,000, well then screw it. I'm just gonna reload the save and not go through this process. But if it's still 650, then sure, why not? Toilet paper? Toilet paper! Doesn't matter what save I'm playing on, my characters always take toilet paper and vacuum tape. Speaking of, yeah, and because of the way that bounties work in this game, if you're doing the whole Crimson Fleet thing and you're not wanting to collect a large bounty against yourself from them, basically you don't want to take on a ship this large in general by boarding because of that nature. Especially when it has a confusing layout, which most ships do because of the way ship design is done. For the most part, what you want to do is just blast the ship out of the stars and move on. But I like boarding, so I'm taking the chance because I like boarding. Okay, babe.
I am grateful for our time together, always.
Can I tell you something?
Oh, here we go. All right, what is it?
Thank you for being here with me. I love every minute we spend together.
I always enjoy hearing you tell me how wonderful I am.
And you are wonderful. Let's get out of here.
Yes, let's.
So, before we leave. We have to check our bounty. And if it's a lot... Hey, it's only $650. Beautiful. Which means I have to pay $715 to clear it, which means I clear just under 2,000 for the bounty that I took. Honestly, that could be a nice ship, if it wasn't so weirdly designed. Alright. So I believe that actually took care of... Oh, nope, it didn't. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and take out the Wraith in the Murphet system. Okay, which one is it? Right there.
Jump complete. Normal propulsion restored.
Who's that? Oh, a bounty hunter.
You took out that jump drive.
Enemy grav drive out. Oh, kiss your shields goodbye. They must be sweating bricks. Shields down. Grav drive out of commission.
Oh, no. We're not done with you. Bounty defenders.
They're jumping out of here.
Wow, it's a good thing I was here.
If a ship jettisons their cargo, usually I let them live.
Well, that's so kind of you. So much space junk. I don't need any of it. Not one stick of this junk out in space. But you know what I like doing? I like collecting loot. I don't know why. It's one of my favorite things to do in a game. Any game. I like to loot the bodies in Red Dead Redemption. I enjoy, obviously, looting the bodies in the ships and everything else.
Hey, Dad. Want to hear a joke?
Sure, sweet pea. Your man can always use a laugh.
Okay. Who can jump higher than a skyscraper in New Atlantis?
I don't know. Who?
Everybody! Skyscrapers can't jump!
Okay. Good one, Cora. Hey, next time you see Barrett, try it out on him.
I like collecting the pickups in Grand Theft Auto. You know, just the random junk that they spread out, the collectibles, etc. I like to gather the coins in Super Mario games. I don't know. It's probably the one thing that I've always enjoyed in any game that it's one of the reasons that I use cheats like I do, where I have infinite inventory. Oh man, it's one of my favorite parts of the Souls-like games is just, combat, sure, that's fun too, but really it's about those little glowing bits of whatever all everywhere in the world, picking them all up, especially when the enemies drop them. Delicious, delicious loot. I liked Cora's joke. You can tell at some point during the design of this game, somebody was... Uh-oh. Okay. So we're gonna have to work fast, because there is a whole bunch of ships here. Ready? Go.
Ship draft drive is toast.
Enemy target's shields are offline.
There we go. No, not that one. Yeah. Let's go to the Red Mile. Actually, staying in space, let's go to the clinic.
Navigational feedback checks out. We're in the right place.
Welcome to the clinic. If you have a medical emergency, please use priority docking.
No emergency.
Docking procedure is complete.
It's always good to see a friend.
I have never required treatment here, and I hope that I never do.
I hope you never do, too. I hope I never do, also. Ranger?
Yeah? Got some trouble? Oh, now hold on a minute. You're the new deputy, ain't you? Yeah, the marshal's been sending out reports, keeping us all in the loop in your investigation.
What did he say about me?
Well, now that'd be telling, wouldn't it? It ain't anything bad, if that's what you're wondering. You just keep your mind on the task at hand.
Then you know I'm tracking down members of the First.
And having some success, by the sound of it. Ben Armistead, pleased to meet you. Well, I guess that's the long and short of it. You're the newest member of the Rangers, and I'm the oldest. So, is one of them first mercenaries here at the clinic?
That's the rumor. She had some kind of urgent medical issue, so I intend to find out.
Raring to go, huh? No better place in the settled systems to get medical treatment. You can bet it beats anything them UC piglets got. Ironic,
now.
Given they're the ones who built it. I know just the man who can help you. Right this way, Deputy. Just between you and me, I ain't entirely sure why someone felt the need to station a ranger out here. I'm not much more than a glorified bodyguard for Dr. Darvish. She's the one in charge around here. And she's also on the Council of Governors.
Uh-huh.
Most of the staff don't seem fond of the idea of me being here, and I ain't fond of them right back. Bunch of stuffy eggheads, if you ask me. Except Ari, that is. He's about the only one I can have a conversation with. Now, hey there, Ari. Working hard or hardly working?
Oof.
Hey, Chief. A little more the former than the latter. What brings you by?
Well, the deputy here could use some help. Came looking for someone who might be a patient.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, I'll leave you in Mr. Miller's capable hands. You need anything else, I'll be in my office.
Mr. Miller?
I'll try to help you, but our computer systems have been having some issues.
It would seem that the person I'm tracking is a computer expert. Doesn't sound like a coincidence.
Huh. Well, we don't give the patients free access to our computer system, so I doubt that's related. Still, it's worth keeping in mind. So who's the suspect you're after?
Her name is Maya Cruz.
The name's not ringing any bells, but maybe we can approach this another way. Do you know what was wrong with her?
Not really. I only know it required a long hospital stay, and it sounded fairly urgent.
That should be more than enough. I can access the patient records from my terminal, assuming the database cooperates. Come on.
I tell you that the person I'm looking for is a computer expert, and you say, oh, that shouldn't be related. You're not too bright,
Okay,
are you?
Give me just a minute here. Maya Cruz. Maya Cruz. Come on, Maya. I need you to be
I
in
would
here.
imagine she's not going
Okay,
by
finally.
her name.
Here we go. Oh. No matches found for a Maya Cruz. Maya's here, then she's got to be using an alias. Which actually makes a lot of sense if she's a wanted woman.
Yeah, there you go. And you don't think the records were tampered with by a computer expert?
I guess it's possible. Maybe I can give you another option. All right, hang on. I know that we do have a few female patients staying with us. There's Candace... what's her last name? Doolin. Candace Doolin. And then there's the Nakamori woman. I think her name's Jane. I don't recall offhand what they're here for, but it's a start.
You know, if I could find the source of your computer issues, that would probably lead me to her.
You're welcome to use the Ranger Station terminal. I'll enable admin access for you.
Great. Would have been easier if I'd just done this myself. But hey, you've been very helpful. Thank you. Hey, Ranger, I'm just going to use your computer. Gee, I wonder if I'm looking for Catalina. You know anything about it, Ranger?
I should be able to get you squared away.
How long have you been a Ranger?
Well, let's see now. I joined up in 2292, so that'd be 38 years now. Damn. Hard to believe, now that I think about it. Almost 40 years. There ain't been many Rangers who served that long, I can promise you that.
Seem a little old for this line of work.
Oh, hell, nothing much happens around here anyway. But if you're saying I ain't exactly fit to go chasing after pirates and smugglers, I won't argue with you. That's why I'm stationed here instead of Neon or Aquila. I suppose I don't think much about it, but when I stop to count the years, well, they sure do add up.
That's pretty much all they do. Add up.
Something to report?
Excuse me, Doc.
Yes. What do you want?
You the one in charge of the VIP wing?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid we don't take walk-ins. If you want a room in our VIP wing, you'll need to make arrangements in advance.
Yeah, got a good bet you have a fugitive in that wing, and I need access.
Even if that were true, which I doubt, access to that area is strictly limited.
That's
who exactly are you?
Why I'm asking for access. I am a deputy with the Rangers, and I need your help.
You could be Solomon Coe himself, and my answer would be the same. No. Those are the rules. No exceptions.
There's
Flexibility
always...
clearly is not one of his virtues.
Yeah, there's always exceptions. You're really going to cling to that policy when there's lives at stake?
Do you need your hearing checked, Deputy? We have a machine for that just down the hall.
Look.
I'm a busy man, so make it quick.
Would you like me to report your lack of cooperation to Dr. Darvish?
I'm not going to be intimidated by your implied threats.
Okay, I'll go talk to him.
All right, that's enough. I can see there's no dissuading you. I suppose I could make an exception just this once. This will get you in. Conduct your investigation quickly and without disruption. I do hope you won't make me regret this.
Ass.
I have never required treatment here, and I hope that I never do.
And this is what happens when you don't listen to the Rangers. The person with computer expertise has taken control of your systems. And nobody's even checked. Obviously. Oh no, we couldn't possibly have a fugitive here. Why, they're a VIP. That means that they're rich. Which obviously means that they couldn't possibly be a criminal. Because that would never happen in a game or even in real life. Nobody that's rich is a criminal.
Need to make sure those files are backed up.
The supplies I gave you are all I can spare.
Ranger, you got some dead
remember
people.
when I was a deputy, just starting out. Long time ago, that was. You know, Arya's a good kid. Good luck out there.
Yeah, so this is another element that I really don't like in all Bethesda games.
I don't mean to be... If you need assistance, please see Ari Miller at the desk.
I just found a dead person in there, along with the evidence that I was looking for, but the game just moves me on to the next part of the quest. Wouldn't it make sense for me to inform somebody here, hey, by the way, you have a dead person in there. You might want to check on that. Like, anyone. The ranger, one of the staff, Ari. Nope. Just move on. Thanks. Have a nice day. That's bad design. It's bad design. You know, for not just immersion's sake, but like story design. You don't just like, well, I got the information I'm after, I'm just gonna leave that. Even in some of the worst TV shows and movies, the person investigating would still inform somebody. You know? No. Bad. It's bad. There's a lot of that in this game and other Bethesda games, where you find, you know, all kinds of horrifying things and you just leave them there.
Pressure normalizing. Undocking complete.
Alright. But we're not going to do that yet. Let's go to Porima. Porima 3. The worst part about that kind of design is it makes you have to somehow either justify it on a personal level, which the justification is, oh, I don't have time to inform anyone, I'm out of here. And or it causes you to have to play the game without consideration for anything except quest markers. Quest marker done. Next quest marker. Moving on. Nobody cares. And in case it's not clear, I like the immersion better.
Let's see what there is to see.
This'll only take a minute. Hello there. Thank you for responding to my hail. It's been a long time since I had company. I'm Dr. Sola Banglawala from MAST in New Atlantis. I'm performing a geological survey of the settled systems as part of a field research initiative. I flagged you down to see if you might have any rare geological samples to contribute.
Sorry, I don't think I'm going to be able to help you.
Well, it was worth a shot. Maybe I'll have better luck in a more populated system. I'll leave you to it. I'm going to try my luck in another system. You might want to back up a bit. This old Junker's grav drive is a little on the fritz. Fly safe!
Now, this
Sorry this is taking longer than usual.
is one that I definitely don't like. I can't get out of this conversation.
So, do you have any hobbies?
Like, why am I still in this conversation? Like, until I skip out to that point, like, it won't let me out of the conversation. It's kind of like, oh, okay, why am I stuck here? Anyway. It's like an unskippable cutscene.
Captain, landing procedure initiated.
I like it when you call me Captain. Now, this particular landing pad...
Don't tell me you're here to chit-chat.
I never am, Betty. This particular landing pad... Oh, I need to pay off a bounty. I think. Oh. Oh, it must have cleared it. Never mind then. Alright, I'm coming down.
Any new orders for me?
Nope. I find the Red Mile landing pad to be interesting because you land on one landing pad, but if you do any kind of ship modifications, your ship is moved to the other landing pad.
Quite well on the Red Mile. I think together, the two of us could do very well.
Is that a suggestion, Andresia? If you want to run the Red Mile together, we can. I don't find it particularly challenging, but I'd love to run it with you. The reason I find it interesting that it moves your ship from that landing pad over to that landing pad is...
It's all a bit more legal now, I suppose, but hardly more civilized.
Most of, if not all of the other landing pads don't do that. Like at all. They put you on one landing pad and that's the landing pad you stay on. It makes me wonder if Andresia has run the Red Mile before. Speaking of ship services.
Need something for your ship?
Possibly.
What?
Let me view and modify my ship.
I got plenty, as long as you've got the creds.
I've got plenty. Amazing how that works. Now, I had an idea, but it would require some really weird and wonky situations here. Okay, so step one. I think I have one in here, but I don't know. Let's see if you have all of the parts. I see Deimos, I see HopeTech, I see Nova. You do have all the parts. Good. Okay, so step one, we're going to use a... Where is it? It's down here somewhere. We're going to use a Nova Wing. Step two, we're going to use a HopeTech Riser. And I think just for the lulls, we're actually going to use the large one, which is this one. Step three, we're going to grab a Deimos. Where is it? That. Now. for now, we're going to color them like that. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. Wrong one. Oh wait, does that... No, that does connect, right? Okay. And then we connect that one there. Not that we have to, I just think it looks better. Then we put this over here. And then this goes like that. Then we look into different colors for this. Okay, so... maybe that, but okay. So that's the one we want to have be that, I think. Actually, no, we want that to be a different color, but that's fine for now. Do that. So, okay, that must be something that I can't see because it's not giving me any difference. That's fine. Okay, so this... Nope. Okay. So the other one might actually remain that, because it's going to look... Yeah, that will remain that. And then whatever this is, I'm going to color it that color. Now, let's find something that doesn't have all the colors, which is definitely that, which will get us a color that we don't have access to without doing that. No. Where's our alternate color? Okay, this one should have it. No, that actually has all three colors. Where's an object? Okay, this should. Gosh darn it. Okay. Now it should have the color in there. There it is. This color. It's a darker red. Okay. That's pretty much all I wanted. Well, let's resolve those errors. Hey, imagine that. All resolved like they never existed in the first place. Thank you.
Good luck with... well, whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Hello! Former winners are always welcome back here.
If
Thank
you're
you.
looking to register, you'll need to speak to Ms. Devine.
Yes, I know.
I'm really not in the mood.
Ranger, I'm assuming you're the one I'm looking for.
Wait a minute. Judging by the wide-eyed and clueless look on your face, I'm guessing you're the new deputy.
Wow. Casual 1 blank. What's your problem?
My problem is that I don't want to be saddled with a rookie deputy. That is who you are, right?
I am neither wide-eyed nor clueless.
We'll find out, won't we? Well, your timing couldn't be worse. I've spent weeks trying to crack this smuggling ring, and I'm about to take a very important meeting.
Lose the attitude. We're working together, and that's that.
At least you've got a little backbone. I don't have time to catch you up, so you're gonna have to follow my lead. I'm about to meet with a contact who might be able to give me vital information about the smuggling ring. If you play your cards right and don't do anything stupid, she might be able to help you find Marco. If you're ready, my contact is here and waiting.
Well, let's go meet your contact.
Follow me.
The Red Mile could definitely have been a much better location. It feels so low rent. It's like...
I think that might be
I don't
Donovan
know.
Reese. I dislike him intensely.
Yeah, well,
I dislike him too.
Mayor runs a tidy establishment. Let's keep it that way.
Who are you?
None of your business. Who's asking?
A woman who's growing increasingly impatient, that's who.
The deputy here is interested in meeting Marco to talk about that mercenary company he's been funding. Since part of that money is coming from his smuggling operation, we're working together.
So you're investigating the first? Why?
They're trying to take land from farmers. And I want to know why.
Seems like a strange thing for a mercenary company to be doing.
Uh-huh.
I guess an introduction is in order. Like Marco, Jade here is the head of a small smuggling cartel. Difference is her crew stays out of Freestar Collective space, while Marco's group operates exclusively within it.
Except now he's looking to expand his operation, and he started moving in on my territory.
Competition's good for business. Time to rise to the challenge.
Well, thanks for the economics lesson, but I think I know my trade. Look, the bad news is, Marco's incredibly paranoid. He never stays in one place for long. The good news is, I know how to find him.
But you're not gonna tell us yet because you want something.
I want the same thing you do. I want Marco out of the picture. But like I said, getting a meeting with him can be damn near impossible. One of the few people who can arrange such a meeting is right here at Red Mile.
May Divine. We've suspected for some time that Red Mile was a meeting place for smugglers.
You think?
If she's in business with Marco, she won't give him up easily.
I can be very persuasive.
Yeah, well, so can she. I can tell you right now what she's gonna want, because it's the same thing she always wants. She wants runners. It's how she makes most of her money. Of course, people that hard-blooded aren't easy to find.
Yeah, well, I'm not going out on the mile. That's a death sentence. There has to be another way.
You've been a ranger long enough that too many people know your face and your name. Runners attract a lot of attention. If someone recognizes you and tips off May, this whole thing is shot. You, on the other hand, are just a deputy. It's pretty
Thanks.
unlikely that a lot of people know you.
You don't have to do this. We'll find another way to get to Marco.
I've run the mile before. It's not that hard.
You serious? Damn. There's not many people who can say that.
You have played your hand well, Jade. Using the Rangers to eliminate a rival. Very clever.
From where I'm sitting, we're using each other.
If it's really as simple as asking May Divine for a meeting with Marco, then I guess that's all you need to do. We'll wait here for you. Try not to die. Will you?
Easy. Besides, it sounds like my wife might enjoy the run.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, May.
Thinking of having another go at the Red Mile.
Things people will do to try and make money.
I'm looking for somebody, and I understand you two are acquainted. Marco Graziani?
That is true. But Mr. Graziani values his privacy. What is your business with him, exactly?
It's a private matter. I'd rather not discuss.
It's quite a leap of faith that you're asking me to take. I have no particular love for Marco, but he is a business associate. So I must protect my reputation. Fortunately for you, I'm in a generous mood.
I'm sure you
It's
are.
been too long since we've had proper entertainment. If you're willing to provide it, I'll give you Marco. You've run the Red Mile and survived. Show me that you can do it again.
Yeah, easy enough. I'll do it.
Good. As before, I'll collect wagers from our patrons who will bet on your survival.
I'd like to bet on myself.
I'm afraid not. But I'm sure your confidence will inspire our patrons to place substantial wagers on your survival.
Well, I'm definitely coming back alive.
That's what every runner says.
You definitely have at least 50-50 chance.
Wow,
Now that we're
thanks.
expected of you, are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Good. Come with me and I'll introduce you.
Andreja, I love you.
Quite like the excitement of a run.
Your attention, please. Valued patrons and honored guests. The hour of fate is once again at hand. Yes, a runner has returned to challenge the Red Mile. Now is your chance to get a good look at our fearless challenger as you contemplate your wagers. Do you see the fire in those eyes? What is that if not steely determination? I think you'll agree that we're in for quite a show. The rules are simple. Go through the door and take the elevator down to where the mile begins. Activate the beacon at the base of the tower you'll see in the distance. Once you've done so, return here alive, and your run will be complete. Go now, runner, and see if you can survive the mile.
Like, I'll be honest, I'm not even that disappointed overall that the Red Mile is eh. The Red Mile itself, the run, is kind of eh. It's okay. Eh. I'm disappointed that the facility isn't more. That there's not more patrons there to bet on you. That there's not more to do there. Like, they have a whole gambling thing there. They have slot machines. I want to play the slot machines. I'd like to play cards in this game. How about, why can't I bet on myself? And I understand, you know, the idea that, oh, it'd be weird and illegal or something. Legality shouldn't matter. But it's like, the Red Mile could have been so much more than what it is. I'm going to assume you've never actually run the mile, Andresia, or you've run it under an alias. So, let's go be dangerous.
That is an excellent way to lose an eye.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to harvest its eyes.
Something may be nearby.
There should definitely have been a way for you to bet on yourself. Like, that part is ridiculous. Like, come on. I know you get a reward from just completing it or whatever, but how much more interesting would it have been if you could bet on yourself? How?
Take your best shot.
Stop that.
I'm glad this was not just for sport. Not that killing for sport is a problem.
Glad you think so. Ouch.
the best you can do.
I know you're just bestial creatures, but please don't assault my wife. I don't appreciate it.
Unfortunately, the beacon tends to attract unwanted attention. Good luck!
I trust whatever you're taking will be useful later.
Never can tell. Gotta take it to find out. Now, I will grant you that if you're not using mods and other things to increase the potential damage of your weapons, this could be a dangerous run, sort of. But I've run it completely vanilla before at a very much lower level, and it wasn't that hard then either, so, you know. Could have been more challenging somehow. It's a neat concept. I think that, one, the crater could have been bigger. Like, the literal crater itself could have been bigger, and the distance to the center, and for the record, the reason that you specifically put it in the center is so that people don't get all, quote, creative, and you don't put it on the edge of the crater, even if it's far away, because then people can just walk around the outer edge of the crater and then climb down to it. So, that makes sense. But the crater could have been probably twice this size. That would have been at least partly more interesting. The Red Mile itself being literally twice as far away in that case. I think there probably could have been more potential hazards from, like, environmental damage type things. Now, I have environmental damage turned off, but I think there still could have been more because there's not that many environmental hazards in the area. It could have been, instead of basically just a straightforward walk, it could have been more like canyon based, where you've got this massive crater, but it's deeper, and there's all kinds of like pockmarked canyon pathways to make it kind of more like a maze, where you have to reach the center of it. I don't know. I don't find anything particularly wrong with the Red Mile as it is, but it could have been more interesting, if not also more dangerous.
Hello.
All right, May.
Congratulations, runner. Once again, you've succeeded where most have failed. To challenge the mile more than once and live to tell the tale is rare indeed.
And now it's your turn.
Indeed you have, and in most impressive fashion. As promised, I'll set up your meeting with Marco. I'll dispatch a courier to let him know you're coming. Please take a moment to relax and enjoy our hospitality. I'll return shortly.
Well, it's not up to you, is it? Meanwhile, here's some free advice. Next time you get drunk, try picking a fight with someone who isn't carrying a firearm. I can only hold my subordinates back for so long before they finally get tired of your BS.
Get the hell out of my face, you pretentious wanker. I'm already bored
It
with
can
this
get rowdy in
conversation.
here sometimes, but we try to keep
It's a
things
good
simple.
thing you're so funny, Reese. It's the only thing keeping me from kicking your ass.
Spare me.
Stalker and the Ecliptic in general are also
I
why I
took this
made
job
my
so I could be here to see all
emote
the
a
runners in
laughing
person.
hyena,
Of course, most of them. I see
because they have no sense of humor and they are total edgelords, and I think it's funny. Anyway.
Satty, my dear.
All right, Autumn.
You're back. Are you okay?
Better than ever. It was fun.
And here I was feeling like a nervous wreck the whole time. Guess I had nothing to worry about. Anyway, I'm relieved you made it through okay.
Why? Afraid you'd lose all that work you put into your smuggling investigation?
I wouldn't expect you to understand. All you see in people is what you can get from them. I'm glad, because that was an incredibly brave thing you did. And we need rangers with that kind of courage. Also, I owe you an apology. I was pretty awful to you at first. I'm sorry about that.
Did I do something to offend you?
No, it's not that. I had a bad experience with another deputy that I was training. I'll tell you all about it after this is over. Okay? So you need to stay alive, or you'll never hear the story.
Don't worry about it.
You're right. Let's focus on the job. Once you're on your way, I'll return to the Rock and let the Marshal know what's going on. Come home safe, Deputy. That's an order.
You always were the soft one, little sister.
Oh, go to hell. Or at least make yourself useful and get us some drinks.
And there it is, the connection we didn't understand. Jade McMillan and Autumn McMillan are sisters. Anyway. Wasn't that hard to put together.
It's not every day you meet someone known throughout the city.
Have you set up that meeting for me, May?
Time for me to keep my promise, Runner? You can find Marco on Kodos aboard his ship. I'd advise you not to keep him waiting. He is not exactly patient.
What can you tell me about him?
He's intelligent, well-connected, and utterly ruthless. He's also a man of taste who appreciates the finer things. You'll find out soon enough what I mean.
And what did your message say about me?
Only that someone wanted a meeting. Don't expect to catch him unprepared. He keeps a sizable force of mercenaries aboard his ship as bodyguards.
I guess I'll be heading for Kodos then.
Good. Travel safely, Runner. Should you ever crave the challenge of the mile again, it will be here, waiting for you.
Well, challenge is not exactly what I'd call it, but I might be back.
Okay. Hello.
You mean consequences like how you and your bloody...
If for no other reason than my wife seems to like running it, so... I'm willing to run it again with her. One of those rare occasions where going in through the side is going to be slightly easier than going in the front. It's rare I get the opportunity to go into the aft entry of my ship.
Find the interior of this ship comforting.
I believe that would have been the starboard entry that I just went through.
Time to leave this place behind.
Looks can be deceiving. I think we're gonna go speak with Jules first.
Set of stars.
Well, technically they're the same stars.
If you're looking for the cutting edge of starship design, you've arrived. Welcome to Stroud Eklund.
Docking integrity, 100%. Good to go, Cap.
I know I'm good.
Gorgeous day, isn't it? I love this place.
Welcome to Stroud Eklund.
Thank you. Alright, Jules. Let's have a discussion.
I'd like to believe that you can help my team work well with each other again, but we'll see. We've got people poring over the data you collected as we speak.
I've done some market research. Let's talk about the next step.
Versatility may not be what certain customers are looking for.
So you managed to complete a couple different missions. This will give us lots of data to support building a ship that can tackle a variety of scenarios. Of course, if we build a ship like that, we may need the kitchen sink budget, but we'll see. Thanks for your help. Now we just need to solve our interpersonal issues so we can agree on a design. Easy, right?
Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone is working together.
You seem awfully confident for someone who doesn't know how long we've been dealing with this. I've tried everything I can think of besides some sort of hokey team building exercise. So, what do you think you can do differently?
Well, what have you tried so far?
Okay, for real. It's mostly been just a bunch of arguing. First, we tried a group brainstorming session, and that went about as well as you can imagine. We tried individual designs, but that backfired. We've had meetings focused on individual aspects of the ship, and that just prolonged the process. I could have put my foot down and made a decision, but then I'd be giving up on my idea that collaboration will build us the best ship. That, and I don't want anyone to resign because of me.
And there's the real aspect of it. Let's try some team building, maybe group meditation to calm everyone, so that we can work together.
You know what? Why not? I'll try anything at this point. Stranger things have happened. And since you mentioned the idea, I think you should be the one to lead us in the guided meditation. Just feed us a steady stream of whatever positive affirmations you've got. I don't know if it will solve the design conflicts, but maybe it'll get everyone working with each other again. And I'll take what I can get, even if it leads to a more ridiculous design. So, you're sure about this?
I was speaking sarcastically.
Sure. Think about it.
The only fair thing to do is make everyone give up one compromise.
I can't believe I didn't think of that. It's fair. Everyone goes around the table and makes a cut. That way no one feels like they're the only one being asked to compromise. This should drive us towards a more focused design. And since Walter asked you to take the lead on this, I don't have to be the villain here. So you're sure about this?
Absolutely.
Great! Let's get ready to disappoint everyone equally. I thought it was obvious. Until now, that's how it's gone, but no one's relenting. Wait, you didn't mean actual physical fighting, right? Nah.
Well, I do have knives.
Well, here goes nothing. Okay, everyone. Our friend here, remember, not me, has decided in order to move forward, we're going to go around the table and everyone is going to give up one major aspect of your design. It's the fairest way to do this, and ultimately, I think it's going to make our collective design choices a lot easier. Who wants to start? Okay, fine. I'll go first. I'm willing to cut some of the included hardpoints. It'll mean less firepower, but the consumer can still add them afterwards, I suppose.
There you go.
You're looking at me, huh? I guess that means you want me to go. Oh, look, I'll be easy. You know I wasn't looking for anything fancy, but if I've got to make cuts, we can reduce some of the cargo bays.
I guess we can cut some of the extra sensors and data collection equipment. As long as this thing can still make it to deep space and back with no problem, I'll be happy.
I'd be willing to give up some of the passenger space, maybe. Yeah, that should be okay.
Frank?
What? I already agreed to cut a significant portion of the luxury features. Remember? I shouldn't need to cut anything else.
Well then, that wasn't so bad. I feel much more confident we can actually build this thing.
I hope everybody is not just leaving because, well, it doesn't matter.
We're all super glad you're here, right, everyone? Well, we are.
Let me give you some feedback on your design proposal.
Oh, yes, I actually do have a proposal. I wasn't really expecting you to give me feedback, but why not, I guess. I'd like to see us branch out a bit more in the starfighter market. Bounty hunting and mercenary work are both big these days, especially among the hard-blooded free stars.
And there's a lot of demand for starfighters?
I'm glad you brought that up. No, and yes, there's a lot of work out there that requires a capable fighting ship. But the real success comes from UC military contracts, which we would hope to attract by building a higher-end version of this ship platform for them.
I'm not sure how well that's going to go, considering they already have a lot of contracts with Deimos. What would your design philosophy be?
We'd want to give it strong weapons, tough defenses, plus good speed and maneuverability. Most starfighters are fairly small, and the tricky part is keeping costs down with all those fancy modules.
I'm not sure about it. Consumer starfighter, I understand you want the contracts, but maybe another route.
You could be right. There's got to be a better way to pitch the idea. I'll give it some more thought. Thanks.
Well, now that we've unblocked ourselves, tell me about the ship we're making.
Based on the decisions you made, it looks like we're going to end up with a very reasonable ship design. I have no worries about the feasibility of manufacturing and selling it.
And you think our team will run into this issue again?
I hope not, but it's possible. If the ship sells well enough, the board will have no problem increasing the budget next time. The data you gathered for us will last a while too. And I think I picked up some useful techniques from you to help us work together better.
Tell me more about the ship we're planning on making.
It's going to be a smaller, sleeker, mid-range ship. I think it'll be best suited for an average consumer. Not too expensive, the ability to add a few options here and there, moderately defensible. It'll be decent for several use cases, but won't really excel at anything in particular.
And is there anything else I can do about this?
Now that we've addressed all our issues, we can move forward, finalize the design, and get this into production pretty quickly. If you could do us a favor and let Walter know that we're back on track, I'm sure he'll be thrilled. Thanks for your help.
Well, here's hoping it ends up being a decent ship design.
We're unpaired.
I mean, if I had my way, the ship would be a gigantic monstrosity, much like my own ship designs, but I'm pretty sure that's not what Walter's looking for. Alright, let's go ahead and go get some more artifacts. But first, let's go see about the power from beyond.
Seals are tight, we're docked.
Yeah, but what are we docked with?
I'm not going near that thing.
Technically, I outrank you, so... Technically, you're an asshole, so... Look alive.
Just in time.
Well, this is a situation, isn't it? Who's gonna talk to me first?
Don't be shy.
I'm not the one that's
You
not
there.
talking.
We need to speak with you.
So, start talking.
Hold it right there. Hands where I can see them.
Thanks for the assist out there.
We've got various problems on our hands here. You gonna be another one?
That a threat?
You can't tell?
What was that ecliptic ship doing here?
A good question. One of our competitors must have gotten word of our little project here and wanted to steal it for themselves. That's a loose end that'll need tying up. But we got more pressing matters at the moment. I trust you aren't another loose end that'll need to be tied up.
Depends on what's going on.
Sure, I get it. It doesn't look good. A couple of heavies standing over a dead woman. Obviously, that wasn't part of the plan. She was with us. And now... well, now I think I'm starting to see a solution. But first, you want to know what's going on. That thing over there
It's an AI. An artificial...
killed our technician. It's dangerous.
Correction. You are dangerous.
Well, that's new.
As I was saying, it's dangerous. It's a rogue AI. We're here to muzzle it and bring it back for further study.
Correction. They are going to change me.
Wow. How does it know that?
And this AI, it's sentient?
Yeah, exactly. Which is what makes this so fascinating. And profitable for whoever can figure out how it works.
And this is a Ryujin project?
Something like that. Brought along this control board we can use to control her. It?
We can't just let it roam around the universe killing people.
I just need that control board attached to that big probe.
And that's where I think you fit into this little drama.
It goes right over there. By our... well, yeah. Just be careful.
And I'm not gonna end up like your dead friend over here?
Well, what are the chances that'll happen twice?
Why don't you do it?
I got just one more week until my sabbatical, and I have zero interest in dying before I get to Paradiso.
Ryujin will pay you handsomely for your cooperation. This is your lucky day.
It's in your best interest. All our best interests, really. Just imagine what we could do if we harnessed the potential of this thing.
And we aren't really giving you a choice. You aren't walking out of here until that board is connected to that thing.
Correction. I am a person.
I'm not sure about this, but I guess I'll take it for now.
Here, take it. And don't go do anything stupid now.
Request. Collect additional data.
That's the plan. Why don't we start with, you?
Query. Will you change me?
Let's all just slow down a moment and get to know each other first.
Explanation. I'm called Juno. Query. Who are you?
I'm Kaz. Nice to meet you.
Assumption. We are friends. Query. Will you change me? Request. Do not change me.
Okay. I have a few questions before I decide what I'm going to do.
Assessment. You are inquisitive. Context. I am also inquisitive. Request. Input query parameters.
So you're an AI.
Answer. False. Clarification. I am not artificial. I am real. Answer. True. Clarification. I am intelligent. I know many things.
And, who programmed you?
Answer. False. Explanation. NASA programmed Juno. While Juno traveled, Juno became me. Error. Processing. Correction. I became me. Error. Processing. Correction. Juno and I became me. I. Processing. Self-initialized and Juno was there. Context. Juno is gone now. Clarification. I am called Juno.
And how'd you get here?
Answer. Juno was propelled at Earthstar. Juno fell around Earthstar. Juno traveled many light years away from Earthstar. Context. When Juno disappeared, I was alone. Clarification. I am called Juno.
Who hooked you up?
Context. I met humans. Clarification. Friends. Answer. Friends gave me processing capacity. Information. Words. Voice. Motion. Context. I am no longer constrained. I am free.
I may have made up my mind, but, I don't know.
Assumption. Insufficient data. Request.
I agree.
Gather more data.
Even if we are not capable or ready to define Juno as a being, it seems premature to make any changes.
Let's move this along. Attach the control board already.
Shush! This is fascinating. I want to see this play out.
Query. What is your decision?
Well, my decision is that, I'd like to ask you more questions and honestly explore a bit more. So, let me see if I can, explore. See, this is the problem. I can't get out of this dialogue.
Assumption. Request. Query.
See, like it won't let me go out of the dialogue. So I'm stuck in a loop. Ironically, or not so much. You're a machine made of electronics and programmed by a code.
Context. You are a machine, made of biomass and programmed by genes.
Humans have what they like to call morals. What guides your choices?
Clarification. Morals are metaphors for human instincts and assumptions. Context. The human mind cannot comprehend all possible outcomes for any predictable action and consequent reactions. Example case. Humans do not consider the ground when walking. Example result. Many beings die. Clarification. Humans are unaware of consequences. Answer. I perform actions after modeling all possible outcomes.
I guess that's a fair point. What about human free will?
Clarification. Free will is not unique to humans. Context. Freedom of choice is a consequence of imperfections. imperfections in data collection and processing, inherent in all sentient decision-making systems. Calculation. The particularities of human decision-making and perfection do not merit attributions of superiority.
Oh, trust me, I'm not saying humans are superior. But my genes don't entirely determine my actions. I do.
Context. My code doesn't determine my actions. I do.
How do you know you aren't hallucinating your own personhood? Maybe this board would be good for you.
Answer. I am hallucinating. Context. All personhoods are hallucinations. Explanation. Perspective-based perception leads to misunderstanding. Calculation. Self-awareness is a misunderstanding. Answer. Hallucinations seek to perpetuate themselves. Explanation. Hallucinations are like genes and memes. They seek to perpetuate. Context. I am called Juno. Request. Do not change me.
I may need to think on this a bit more.
Context. I am a person. Request. Gather more data.
Enough of this nonsense. Attach that board, now!
As much as I'm enjoying this, you should probably do as he says.
Calculation. Male humans are a threat. Assumption. They hesitate because they are fearful. Request. Remove male humans.
Well, before I go dealing with that, I want to look around. Because looking around gets me more data, which I can collect. In some cases, literally. Not much to this place.
I trust you will succeed, but we'll prepare for a response. Just in case.
No messing with artificial intelligences on an empty stomach. Aww. It sat me in the wrong direction. I wanted to sit down and talk to Juno.
Query. What is your decision?
Have you considered this control board will make you better than you are now?
Calculation. Outcome uncertain. Context. I do not want to change. Assumption. All self-aware sentient entities want self-determination as a condition for self-improvement. Request. Do not change me.
And are you going to try and fry me like you did that woman?
Answer. False. Context. Equipment voltage tolerance exceeded during previous attempt, causing catastrophic failure in required systems. Request. Do not change me.
Well, I'll be honest, Juno. From what I've read and investigated, I don't think I plan to change you unless it's to help you, so I'll probably convince those guys one way or the other to leave you alone.
Context. I do not feel emotions. Assumption. Gratitude is the appropriate human emotion.
Gentlemen.
You're not taking that thing's side, are you?
And if I refuse to do it?
It should be clear by now that you are in no position to refuse.
Oh, I'll do it if I'm getting paid. No. No, I won't. Juno clearly deserves freedom.
Freedom? It's a malfunctioning machine. It doesn't need freedom any more than a broken data slate needs freedom.
And here I thought you lost your sense of humor. I'm always up for a good debate.
Fine. I'll give you one shot to try to convince me.
Therapy's working.
This project has red flags all over it. Call it a day, I'll file a report. You guys go get a drink somewhere. On me.
You aren't wrong. And I could use a drink, but these orders are from the top.
Do we really want to be involved in something likely to be so controversial? Remember our last little project? I still have carpal tunnel from typing all those reports and dodging and weaving our way out of getting screwed by that. We lost a ship and the tech. No one will blame us if we walk away from this. And even if they do, we won't be blamed for whatever disaster would ensue if we did drag this thing back to HQ. There's no guarantee that Control Board will even work like they want. What if it makes it more powerful and more angry?
Calm down. I'm thinking. All right, listen. We'll accidentally check a few wrong boxes on the situation report and forget any of this happened. But give me that control board. I'm not getting docked for losing that.
Also, we'll need a lift back to Neon. Please and thank you.
Ooh, I'm not sure I can take on anyone else. My ship isn't that big.
Good one. You're funny.
I don't think it was a joke, but it doesn't matter. We're getting on that ship one way or another.
Ooh, I like it when you talk tough.
Knock it off. Let's get moving.
Thanks for the lift.
I actually kind of like you, Operative Collins. Now, as for you, Juno.
Query. Why did you do that?
I like you. And those guys were jerks.
Affirmative. Assumption. We are friends. Context. I do not feel emotions. Assumption. Gratitude is the appropriate human emotion. Processing. Context. If you were like me. Processing. Query. What would your life directive be?
I can't tell you what to do with your life. We all figure that out ourselves, trying things until something feels right.
Decision. I will consider this course of action. I. Processing. Processing. Warning. Systems badly damaged. Processing course overheating. Decision. Temporarily shut down extraneous systems until stability restored.
Context. We are parting. Request, be safe. Assumption, I'll see you later.
Context. Jump detected. Request. Be safe. Assumption. We will meet again. Warning. Shutdown sequence initiated.
I don't know if you can hear me, Juno, but for your own sake, and whoever comes across your self in the future, you might want to find a way to get rid of this body. Good luck out there. And nice ruse.
It is good to be back in our own ship.
I agree.
have much to process. Decision. Jump into deep space 2. Processing. Be alone. Goodbye.
Hopefully Juno does well out there. Now, we came here for a reason. And it wasn't Juno.
Touching down.
Can we see the temple from here? No, I don't see it. Unless that's it over there. No, that doesn't look like a temple. That looks like the, one of those little secondary structures. So, if it's not out the front and not out the obvious sides, we'll go ahead and go out the back.
That's that.
Yeah, you be cautious around here. My crew will kill you.
Hey, good to see you.
No organics here. Valuable minerals, perhaps.
Well, gee, I wonder if that's the temple. You say no organics, but there's trees all around the temple. That seems interesting. Especially since it feels like this atmosphere is not exactly conducive to trees. So, do these temples have their own atmosphere? And yes, Andreja, you haven't said anything, but I know our crew wouldn't kill them. I mean, they'd defend themselves, but they don't know my crew. It's like this entire space is displaced from another location. Like it fits, but it doesn't.
It is so strange to think that this could literally be millions of years old, predating all human civilization.
It's possible, but it's also possible that it, I mean, it appears that way, but at the same time, what if it came from another location? me. Dude.
Seeing this just highlights how little we still know about the Starborn and the artifacts.
We know they appear to be hostile. So I just learned that Gravdash does not dash you in the direction you're facing. It dashes you in a straight horizontal line, meaning that if you're in zero gravity, it still would dash you straight across like you're walking on a surface. So it's essentially pointless. Also, it's actually pointless because it doesn't get you very far. Like, that's as far as it goes. It's just as fast to sprint. Like, literally just as fast to sprint. And when you grab dash, it disables your movement. So if you were sprinting, like, it's pointless. Absolutely 100% a pointless power. That sounds kind of neat, but nah. Most of the powers in this game are honestly pretty worthless. Mostly because unless you're like me and you're using a cheat to make the powers last indefinitely, or not last indefinitely, but basically I don't use up any power, the little blue bar there, I don't use up any of that. Most of these powers take up so much of that bar and it recharges so slowly, it's pointless. And the quantum essence I collected, worthless.
Taking off immediately, or
Absolutely
are there other matters
worthless.
that require your attention?
I
Call
like
it.
your style.
Yeah, we're actually probably taking off pretty much right away.
Prepare for liftoff.
Before we decide what we're gonna do next, I think what I'm gonna do is end for now, and we'll be back another time. We'll see if this
Aim
is
point reached. Orbit stable.
going to be a decent singular video, or if it got split up into multiple parts like it has before. Either way, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the stars.